Okay, here's what I don't like about this. What I don't like about this is that it doesn't ask me before going live like it used to. It doesn't ask me anymore. It just kind of goes. So I don't really like that. that isn't very fun. That's very, very nerve-wracking because it just doesn't care about my feelings or anything. Anyway. Okay. So I have to put the link in the Discord, but anyway, I do have my face on here today because I got this new toy. It's a USB hub. It's powered, so I can do this now. So that's a lot of fun. Anyway, I am still working on the chess engine, but I know I have been neglecting the game engine, and I will be back to that as soon as possible. The brand new cool thing is oh, actually I don't even I don't even have a chat on this. I just realized that. Wait, that's actually so cursed. Why not? Why can't I have it? Oh my god. Okay, well, we're just gonna use the browser today. For some reason, the Arch version of OBS doesn't have the chat in here. I have to probably get like a plugin to do it, which is like really weird. Why is that not a thing? It used to just be like a dock that you can toggle. They also would like ask you if you're like, you know, before you go live or whatever. I like the other version more than this. Anyway, with all that being said, so yeah, our chess engine is getting there. I'm not really 100% happy with it yet. I want it to get like 2300, and then I want to get it CCRL verified on their thing, because I want to know, you know, how good it actually is. Right now I kind of just can measure the strength based on who it's beating on Lichess, and based on that we know it's probably like 1800 blitz CCRL, but that's just an estimation. I don't actually know. They're gonna have to test it. So anyway, I've been slowly, incrementally making a lot of changes. I haven't gone live in a while, but we have a lot of different things to go through that I've changed. And so I guess I'll just walk through. I think the easiest place to start is the eval, which has changed a lot. It used to be a lot different. We didn't generate an attack mask, we just did piece by piece, but I found that it was slow, and my new kind of design for this was we generate an attack mask in this function in a new, more efficient way, and then we do a thing that we push basically all of those attack masks into what we call mobility info, and then we process it in this function. And so what this looks like is we do all the pawns at once with bit shifting, and then we do things like for the bishops, for the rooks, etc. And then we push it into these mobility info like little packages, and then that is what we end up processing. Reason being, it's just more efficient to push it and then process it like that, because we need to have a mask of all of our attacks, and we need to have all that data finished before we can do the mobility. The reason why is because we have new things like that I've been playing around with, like safe mobility, which I have disabled for right now, but the idea is that we use the enemy attack mask to determine how many moves we have that are safe. We also use that to determine king safety. We have a bunch of different things here, like double save king attacks and save king attacks. We had other things as well that I now deleted, but that was a big part of it, of the reason why we want to have attack masks done beforehand, because then we end up being able to create all of these sorts of calculations to determine how safe the king is, etc. Very similarly, we also have these things that we've been playing around with, unstoppable attack penalties, and these threat deficits, and the passer logic and stuff that I'm still working on getting it to a point where it's a benefit to have it in the engine in the elo increase. Right now it isn't. It needs to be tuned more. But that's the reason why we separated mobility, because to do this threat deficit penalty, we need to know if we are attacked and not defended, or if we are double attacked and not defended. And this is not FPA, which is friendly pawn attacks, which basically what this is if we are double attacked and we aren't double defended, that means that we are in a threat deficit, right? That means that we're probably going to have to use a move to get out of being attacked, right? And then furthermore, I have this and FPA and not FPA, which means we aren't protected by a pawn, right? Because a typical pattern is that when you're attacked by when you're double attacked or whatever, but you're defended by a pawn, it means that you can recapture with a pawn and probably make some counterplay somewhere. But if you aren't defended by that pawn, that's when I assign this threat deficit penalty. And so that idea actually is an elo increase as far as the testing that I've done, and so that was a neat little idea. I should also talk about the fact that I have this new installation for Arch, and that's the whole environment that I'm in now. And I did post in the Discord my new theme for Helix, and in the theme is all of the colors and stuff, so you can apply it to any sort of your editor, your terminal or whatever. I really like it, and the font that I'm using, I don't have it off the top of my head. It is a IBM font, though. It is the Japanese IBM font, and you can find it on old school fonts. Anyway, so continuing on with what I've been talking about. We defended piece bonus is pretty self-explanatory. It just helps us not hang our pieces. Basically, everything in eval, the way you can think about it is that basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to solve horizon issues by we're trying to solve horizon issues because if we could have infinite depth, then the best way for a chess engine to be would just literally just have material values, right? Because if you could see 2,000 moves into the future, then you could automatically know that you're going to lose material if you play a certain move. However, the point of evaluation is to pack some of that horizon issue into what we can observe from the board state, and that's the way I like to think about it. And so obviously we want to defend our pieces more, and things like that, and that's the reason why king safeties exists. If we could just like see into the future infinitely, then it wouldn't need to be a thing. Anyway, so a lot of this stuff is commented out because it needs to be tuned more. It was an elo decrease we discovered, and so that's why it's commented out, because I spent some time testing these things. Basically what you do is you do sprt testing, and you play the engine against itself like a billion games to find out if I include this in the engine, is it going to be an elo increase or an elo decrease? And this stuff was unfortunately a decrease, so I think it's just needs to be tuned, the values. I think that it's actually a pretty cool idea. Hey, what's up, Frumpy? Yeah, so that's what this is. This is the outpost logic, which is basically an outpost square in chess is a square usually in the center of the board that is defended by a friendly pawn, but not able to be attacked by an enemy pawn. Either the enemy pawn has passed that square or has been taken, right? The enemy pawn that could have defended that square. And usually what you're going to put on that square is a knight. And a knight will kind of sit on that square and be a pain to be taken off by the enemy. And it's kind of hard to tune that, but that's kind of going to be the hope for today, is that we can take a look at this again and try and get this working. New font indeed. Yeah. It's I've been playing around with a bunch of different fonts. I think that this is the Japanese IBM font. I really like this one. I've been playing around with a lot of the ones on old school fonts, because I really got bored of Iosevka. I don't really think it ever really fit me. It just kind of felt a bit too modern, I don't know. But yeah, that's the yeah, and if anything bugs out, I am completely on a new Arch installation, so let me know, I guess. So far everything seems to be snappy and good, but there have been some hiccups while I was testing. My GPU said that it fell off the bus, and I was like, okay, well, do that, I guess. Anyway, that kind of gave me a heart attack, but anyway, so that's what this is. The overextended penalty, I had this idea for it. This is kind of tuning king safety, right, is the way you can think about it, because if you are overextended, then you are most likely to leave your king undefended. And so this is like kind of a checking thing to make sure that when we overextend, our attack is worth it, right? Overextending being beyond that file's pawn is what I defined it as. And so that's what this overextended penalty is. This overextended diff. I have this territory map for each file that is cached within our hash map. Not hash map, our pawn hash that basically says where our furthest pawn on a certain file is, and that is what we use in territory, right? So we find our current rank minus whatever our territory is, and then we find the difference. And if we are overextended, then we just multiply that times the penalty. However, I found it to be an elo decrease. My idea was that you should probably overextend less than the engine was at the time, and so I think we need to give this a shot again. Just got a MetaQuest 3S VR. That's insane. That's insane, dude. I can't believe the VR stuff is crazy. I've no clue how people make space for that, have people do that, I think that stuff is way. I never tried any of that VR stuff. I think that when I was in art school, it was like right when VR came out, right? And I remember them having the demo, and I think I spent like 10 seconds in it and got sick. But yeah, it's come a long way. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, central mobility is self-explanatory. The rook on passer file bonus was to support your own passer or attack the enemy passers. However, it really, I think maybe how we are defining passers or caching passers is incorrect, because I don't see why that would be a elo decrease, but it was. And then this unstoppable attack penalty, the idea behind this was if you are attacked and not defended, and you have no safe moves, then this is what I'd call an unstoppable attack, where you cannot move, right? The idea is like, let's say a bishop is completely blocked in, can't move, nowhere to move. This is what I'd call an unstoppable attack, and so the idea is if our search ends on this, at this point, we wouldn't really know, how bad it is, right? But I guess that this is kind of handled by Q search, and so I guess it's like a bit of an over-engineered idea, but I think that there was something to this, so maybe it's something we can think about in the future. But anyway, I keep all of these things like kind of commented out just so that I can keep thinking about things. We also had all these color concept things up here, which were not an elo decrease or an increase. And so I just keep them around because why not? I think that it's just kind of noise at the end of the day, because sometimes the color concept things don't really mean you're going to win a game or lose a game. I don't think that it necessarily, if you put all of your pawns on light squares and you have a dark square bishop, that doesn't mean that necessarily the structure is good, in that case. It's kind of, I don't know if it's 100% something that we want to stick with, but all of these things are things that I want to kind of test out today. And do I have it? Yes, I do have QChess open, which is what I've been using to sprt test all of this stuff, and so that's what we're gonna look at today. Now I did also, this is the king threat calculation, what I ended up with. So these are just values that I eventually got to through testing. The idea was to square it so that if a king is really under attack, then it goes through the roof. But squaring it makes it so that it keeps the noise down from far away, kind of meaningless attacks, right? So if you have a queen that's targeting just the pawns in front of the king, but there's nothing really happening that would actually make that attack a real thing, then this squaring makes it so that just ends up as very small values, right? Compared to when it's really under attack. And these are kind of the heuristics that we use to scale down the value based on how many squares around the king are defended, and then how many squares and how many defenders are within the zone around the king, and then how many empty squares the king has around it to escape to. And obviously, if the king has a lot of empty escape squares, then the attack isn't going to be, it would have to be very, very, very intense for it to be a scary attack, since the king can usually just run away. The same thing with the amount of defenders or the defended squares, right? Because if a king has a lot of defended squares, then an attack is naturally going to be difficult. Now, these heuristics don't really work all the time. They don't really work all the time, because sometimes, no matter, sometimes if there are a lot of squares around the king that are defended, but there's still one weak square, that can still result in a devastating attack. That's why if you look at Stockfish's code, they do a lot more, calculating. They calculate different sides of the king and flanking and all that sort of stuff. But I'm not Stockfish, so I still want to make a good engine, but I'm not Stockfish. So that's what all of this is. And so this KTV gets sent out of the function. We pass in pointers to the scores and the KTV. That KTV we'll see again later being used as a search heuristic. So that's what happens with that KTV. So that's the evaluate material and the attack mask. This is 99% of the time we spend in our engine. Actually, it's only a slight increase to have all of this stuff enabled. Actually, we're almost even in ELO if we decrease it and have pure material evaluation. It's that expensive of a calculation. It has nothing to. It's obviously much more valuable to have this evaluation information. It's just that it's so expensive that if we comment it out, our engine actually is almost the exact same ELO because of how expensive it is, which is kind of sad. It's kind of sad to see, but I think that the more our eval matures and stuff, the further that gap will be, because this info, at the end of the day, this is a necessary evil. We can't really do this incrementally, is what I discovered. We can't do it incrementally because it's just way too complicated, and it wouldn't be efficient to do it incrementally at the end of the day, because you would have to have mobility masks per piece. You would have to have an array of pieces that are linked to squares that get updated. You would have to, generating an attack mask is way faster than it would be to do it incrementally, unfortunately. So it is kind of what it is. Anyway, I don't know if we had this last time that I was here, but so we do have the pawn structure, the pawn space, and the pawn hash entry, and this is just what it says, is that we evaluate our pawn structure, and then we basically hash it, right, so that we don't have to do the same work multiple times, and that's just really, really nice and efficient. And you can look here and take a look at all the stuff that's going on. All of our pawns are now done, all at the same time. I was doing them one by one before because I was being a stupid dust mite, and now I do them with bit shifting. I looked at somebody else's code base, and then I was like, why did I not think to do it this way? And the reason why is because I just simply really don't like how we actually have to switch our direction based on our side, but that's unfortunately how bit shifting works. You can't actually shift a negative direction, so that's why you have to have an if statement like this, where shifts it one way or the other way based on your side. You can't just shift -7, for example, which it sucks, but it is technically faster to do it this way, so that's why we're doing it this way. Same thing with the pawn space. We actually this goes file by file, and this is where we calculate the territory, right? We find the topmost pawn on each file, and then we find its index, and then That's what the territory map becomes. This gives a score bonus based on how far your pawns are from starting position, and it just generally encourages development. It's a very small elo increase for how complicated it is, which is unfortunate, but it does give us that territory map that we could probably use for other stuff later, more stuff than we use it for right now, which is just that overextended penalty that I talked about earlier. So yeah, that's it. And then we have our material evaluation here, which is just, basically just our incremental material. And then we are adding the KTV, right, that we talked about earlier, the king threat value. And we'll see again in a second where that's used in the search, because we scale back our reductions and extend more when our KTV is very, very high. When it's a big value, then we want to be more cautious on where we're pruning. And then we do our rook files. This is all standard stuff. If we're on an open file, we give a bonus. If our rooks are connected, we give a bonus. This stuff, the king safety, king pawn safety, has been a real problem, and that's why it's commented out. But I spent a lot of time on the king pawn safety. This used to be actually a much bigger function, and it used to be hashed with the pawn hash. The idea is that when you have open files or open diagonals near the king, then that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing because it opens up attack possibilities. However, it needs to be tuned so finely, because there are many times where a king being out in the open is actually fine because he can't be attacked. And determining when that is when you would apply all of this logic. And so this was actually an elo decrease, and actually disabling this, as painful as it was, made us go up 20 elo, which sucks, because it was something that I really enjoyed the idea of. All of this is just open files near the king. If there's an attacker on it, then we give an additional penalty. And then this used to be in every cardinal direction from the king, diagonals. And I've tried to make it work, and I probably will keep on trying to make it work, because I think it's a cool idea to add on to king safety. But yeah, it's a bit too complicated to make it work right now, and so that's why it's commented out. Yeah. So there's that. We'll keep working on that though. Then the KTV is calculated, and this is what we send out. The KTV it includes the KS, which is what this used to be. This used to be the KS, which is the rest of the king safety stuff. But basically what this is we just multiply it times the phase, and then the end game by the end game phase. The end game phase, if you aren't familiar, the end game phase in the chess engine is just the inverse of the phase, right? So the phase is game phase over max phase, and then we just get the inverse of that to multiply everything by, so that everything is basically just two halves. So that's what we send out in terms of KTV. And likewise, we have a bunch of different ideas here that I'm still working on, and I'm still trying to get them to be elo increases. One of these things is the endgame king logic, which I had last time. Hasn't changed there. The early game development hasn't changed either. This I think we're just going to get rid of, to be honest. I don't think we need it anymore with an opening book. I just don't think it's important. The evaluate pins wasn't here last time, and what this does is it finds if pieces are pinned to our queen or our king, and then gives a penalty. The idea here, and it was an elo increase for a little bit, and then it stopped for some reason. The idea here is actually like a really cool idea. And the idea is to stop horizon issues, because just because a piece is pinned doesn't mean that taking it on the next turn would resolve in disaster. So Q search might not even catch a piece being pinned as a problem, right? Because naturally that's only captures. And so if a piece is pinned for, say, like 5 turns and then it turns into a problem, then your engine just isn't going to naturally figure out that the position is bad until later down the line. And so that's what this evaluate pins was always about. It just I don't really know if it works. I mean, it works logically, like the code is fine, but I think it just goes off sometimes where it shouldn't, and then causes the engine to favor positions kind of randomly, because sometimes pieces get pinned and you wouldn't even notice because it's a transitionary kind of the queen steps in front of the king or whatever. It's a transitionary thing where sometimes the position is completely fine if the piece is pinned, and so I guess the challenge is determining when that is. Anyway, so that's what that's about. So that's all of that. I think I explained all of it. I don't know how long I've been here. I feel like I've been talking about this for a long time. But yeah, that's what I've been working on. That's all of the eval. That's all of the eval. And then just in typical chess engine fashion, we just do the calculation for the MG and EG, and then for white we just return, and then for black we return negative, and that's the eval. And if you're interested in any of this at all, the code, an older version of it, is on GitHub. I just thought to mention that. And to get into the search now, we just talked about the eval ad nauseum, but now we have to talk about the search because there's a lot of new things in here that also connect with the king threat stuff that I just talked about. In typical chess engine fashion, we figure out, is this a PV node? And that informs all of the stuff that we're going to do later. And my search has ended up kind of being a combination of a few engines that I really love, Yukari and the Senpai engine. And I've also thrown in a lot of my own kind of weirdness in there, but those are the ones that I've really looked at to figure out how to do all this. So typical, if our depth is 0, we go to Q search. This is the typical probing for our zizigi, if I'm saying that right, which is our endgame table bases. You won it? It scared you and didn't make a move? Yeah, I saw the game. I think it bugged out, and then it you scared it. You scared it into submission. Yeah, it's been getting better, man. It's been getting really good. It's not up right now. I can put it up if you want to play it though. Just let me know. We can go and watch it. I think that would be fun. I'm just kind of talking about all the changes that I made. But yeah, we have threefold repetition at the top now, which is different. We have the isn't check extensions, which I've played around a lot with extensions in different points, and it seems like the biggest elo increase and the most stable elo is just the if we are in check, extend. Very simple, that's it. I've tried playing around with a lot of different ideas, and it just seems like in this situation the simplest way is the best way. Anyway, so This is our transposition table, and nothing has changed here. The only thing that has changed is the internal iterative deepening thing that I copied straight from Yukari. This idea that if we haven't found an entry and our depth is or the entry that we found is greater, is less than our depth by some margin, then we decrease our depth. I don't really understand it like to 100% of a degree, but it was like a little bit of an elo increase, and I find it super interesting because this is applied on PV nodes and we're decreasing our depth, but apparently it's a thing. So yeah. And then we have, I don't think I had this last time, but we have eval hashing, which it's just like it sounds like. It's for every time we eval a position, then we just hash it, and we hash it with the side that we evaled it from, and that just makes it so that we don't do the same work twice, right? As if we find an eval entry, that we just set it to that, and otherwise we just evaluate it and then hash it like so. I've also tried experimenting with the whole lazy eval thing, which some people do, and I haven't really gotten it to work properly. It makes the engine dumb. It makes it dumb, and so I haven't really gotten it to a good point yet. We have our data structure lesson task, but they couldn't compile it because they can't link file system library because of that. I took 9 point. Or the report is 15 point. That's sick. Wow. Is that good that you got 9 points? That sounds impressive. They couldn't compile it. That's well, that must have been embarrassing for them. Oh, they can't link a library? Oh, that's hey, I'm right there with them. I can't link libraries. Yeah, this is our if our ply gets to too much, then we just return out, right? That's just that. This is also was this idea from Yukari is if 2 plies ago, if we're better than we were 2 plies ago, then it changes our margins, which I really like the idea. And then the RFP and razoring stuff, it's pretty much if we are over beta, right, then we can early out, and if we are less than alpha, we can early out, is kind of the idea. Is just where we are playing with both bounds and finding where we can cut nodes. They aren't really like sound, right? But they are elo increases actually, and they do help us make the funny depth number go up. So I like having them. And NMP actually is kind of up in the air if this is an elo increase even. I don't really know anymore. But yeah. And then this is like an idea that I took from Senpai, which is that we establish a bound for futility pruning before we even apply it, right? And this is checking if beforehand we are less than alpha by some margin, right? And this makes it so that later, when I futility prune, we are absolutely sure that what we're pruning is unusable, right? They use an old code block system. They use main GW. This chess engine is really good now. Thanks. I've been working on it a lot. I've been working on it a lot. Yeah, you should play it. I will I'll put it up on Lichess. I didn't have it up on Lichess because I didn't have it up on Lichess because I was afraid to run it while I'm streaming, since this is a brand new kind of setup. But yeah, I put it up now. So I don't know, maybe I have to actually configure it to not take challenges, actually, because if it does, then it will just not accept human challenges. So I probably have to actually change that beforehand, because then it's just going to start playing random people. Anyway, so all of that, the futility pruning and the LMP stuff, this is pretty self-explanatory. If a move is late, then we prune it, and all of these different conditions are here. And like I was talking about before, this is, my own implementation is this this FKTV is that king threat value. That is what I was talking about earlier. That's what we get from the evaluation, right? So if our king threat value drops below this margin, then we don't prune those moves. And that's used pretty much everywhere with different margins throughout, right? SEE pruning, I have a more forgiving margin there, and I also have that at many different points, right? We have this on the razoring and the RFP, and yeah, that's quite an elo increase for us, is having these extra margins. The SKTV is the eval before we make moves, and then the FKTV is the futility version. That's the one that happens after we make our moves, before we're evaling it, right? And other engines would probably put this pruning up here before you even make the moves to be more efficient. Unfortunately, due to pseudo-legality issues and not being able to detect every check in its existence, we have to do it after, because we don't know if a move causes check 100%, right? I only have just rough checks, right? I only have like the basic stuff. I don't have like discover checks and things like that. And so we don't really know how dangerous a move is to prune before we make the move, is basically what I'm trying to say. And for that reason, our engine is a bit slower than it would be otherwise. Anyway, we have, again, the eval here that we get. And that's how we inform our futility pruning and etc. How to calculate on the back, you give different weights for make move or different things, or is it neural network? If it have how many? It's not a neural network at all, actually. It's all done with math. That's what I like so much about it. There's no sort of AI machine learning or anything. Basically, the way a chess engine works, right, is when we get a position, I'll show you from the start, right, is when we get a position in, we go into this function called iterative search, and we go down here, and what ends up happening is we say we'll start at depth 1 and we'll go to this variable max depth. And so we go in and then we enter into the root of the search. And the root of the search takes all of our possible moves for a position, and then it makes every single move, right? It just plays all the moves. And then once it plays every single move, it goes into this function which searches, right? And this, for every single move, finds all of these different things out, right? If it's in check, if it's blah blah blah, and it does all these various different things. If it wants to use the transposition table, which is it's hashing to find out blah 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 blah. It figures out if it's within these certain margins of the score, etc., 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 etc. And then it gets all the way down here, and then it generates all of the moves for that position. And then it sorts those moves, and then it blah 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 does all these checks. Should I keep going? Should I keep going? If it gets down here, then it enters into the search again, and then it recursively goes back into here, and then it keeps going until it reaches the bottom, right? And then once it reaches the bottom, then it enters into what we call Q search, which is quiescence, and this just does all of the captures at the bottom to make sure that we don't end at a position that isn't stable. For example, if our queen was about to get captured and we just stopped there, then maybe we would think that the position is fine when it really isn't fine, right? And so that's why we have that as well. And so once we exit out all of the recursion and go all the way back to the top, then at that function that we were at the beginning, the root, right, we exit out of here and we return the one with the best score, right? And then we go back out of here. But that's not where it stops, right? Because that was only depth 1. And then we go to depth 2, and then we just keep on searching deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until our time is up, and then we usually just return the last full depth that we searched. And so that's what's happening under the hood, right? And so if I can show you what this looks in terms of the actual engine data that we get out when I run it, I can probably, explain what's going on. So if I press auto, then what we're going to this is the name of the command that just it just plays a game against itself, right? And so what I can show here is it's a bit kind of unreadable, but basically what's happening here is you can see just exactly what I talked about, right? Is at depth 1, we had 39 moves. We had 567 of those noisy moves, of those captures that we found in Q search. And then these are all of the statistics, like how many times did we use the transposition table, the hashing table? How many times did we probe it to check for it? And then usually, since it's on depth 1, we don't have any pruning. But as you can see, once we get to depth 9, we had 800,000 nodes, and then 1.8 million Q nodes. We had this many transposition table hits, and then 2 million probes. We had 300,000 late move reductions. We had 57,000 null move prunes. We had 93,000 times where our move ordering was successful. We had 66,000 futility prunes, and then various other pruning techniques, right? Not 600,000 late move prunes, and those are all of the things that I just went over, the different heuristics, so that we don't search every single node. If we searched every single node, getting to depth 9 would take a much longer than it does like this. For example, I could show you right now how long it would take us to get to depth 9. It would take us probably a couple of hours rather than 20 seconds. But I can show you how far from start position it takes us to get to depth 6. Okay, this is searching every single node, how long it takes us to get to depth 6, right? And this is I didn't have to actually recompile it, but this is how long it takes us to get to depth 6, with all the pruning and with all the reductions and all of that. So the goal of a chess engine isn't to search every single move. Oh, well, this is it's going to tell us D2, D4 because of the opening book. But yeah, it would take us much shorter than that. Okay, it checks all moves and sucks his point and uses best moves. I watch them and end game looks too bad. Yeah, the end game is rough, for sure. End game is really hard in general for engines, for sure, because there isn't a lot of material getting exchanged, and so it's kind of it is hard to code that, right? I've tried a lot of dealing with passers and stuff, but yeah, it is difficult. It does struggle at endgame. I think it struggles more at the start of the game, to be honest. But anyway, once again, if you want to play the engine, I can put it up. Just let me know when, because I don't want it to just start challenging random people. And then I can't run more than one game while streaming. Anyway. Yeah, so all of that is that, and I guess what I was gonna do today is just what I usually do, which is just run some. Oh God, it's almost been an hour, and all I've been doing is just talking about this. Anyway, I will. I'm probably just going to spend some time tweaking some things, and testing sprt, and that's what I'm gonna do. That is what I'm gonna do. So typically how I do this is I have this build script, and then I set it to 12, and then I set it to 14, and then all I do is I compile both of them, and then I just play them against each other. Is what I end up doing. And so 12 is usually the one without whatever I'm testing, and then 14 is the one with whatever I'm testing. So I think today what I wanted to get to was testing some of the outpost stuff again, and trying to move some of the values around. So that's what I'm going to do. First of all, we have to compile the one without. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't know why it's been doing this with the text like starting within it, but I don't know why that's happening. So I'm just going to compile that and then try tweaking these values from what they were, and these are all of the constants in the engine. Wow, I really like the theme. Not to pat myself on the back, but I just think that this looks so cool. Anyway, so that's what all of these are just our constants. And so this occupies outpost square bonus is obviously these are different piece types. And I gave a big bonus for it being a night thing. So I guess the idea is if we bring it down, is it good? Also, I don't know why I had this. An outpost cannot be occupied by a pawn. That wouldn't make any sense. So I want to try this. I want to try that. And the outpost control bonus is controlling an enemy outpost square, a potential outpost square, and I think that might end up just being a bit of noise. So I'm not really sure how confident I am that that's actually a good thing to be in the engine, but we can give it a shot. So I am going to compile this one to 14, and then we'll do the funny thing where we sit here and watch them play. Okay. And so what this ends up being like is that I just have to set the default since this is a new computer. I think that this is how it was. I can only run one concurrency because of how bad this computer is. But yeah, so the idea is that you set it with really really low time, and then they play really, really fast, right? And then I usually put game length to 200 moves. That's what I like to do, and that should be it. And now we make a tournament with 12 and 14, which is what I just did, and yeah, hopefully I don't crash. Okay, we didn't crash. I thought that we did for a second. I got real worried. So yeah. Did I establish game engine? Nothing happened to it. I'm still thinking about it. I'll continue working on it, and I'll probably stream some of it soon. But yeah. I played around with it the other day. Just like hopped in it and started, jumping around and shooting stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've just been really I want to get this done first, because if I work on something else, then I'm just gonna stop doing this. I'm kind of like a one project type of mind guy. I can't really do two things at once, so I have to I want to get this finished to a point where I'm like really happy with it, and I'm not gonna be happy until it's like 2000 CCRL is kind of my goal. Yeah. But anyway, now we can see what the results are looking like, and it's pretty much not something that we can look at and have any definitive conclusion until they've played a lot of games, because there's going to be a lot of close games, a lot of draws and stuff, and so usually when I'm testing a small change like this, I let it run for like 30 games until I make any sort of idea based on it. But most people would hate that and would be like, you should wait for 400 games until you determine an elo increase. However, I have ADHD and I just don't give a fuck. I cannot be bothered to sit here and watch grass grow every number I move around. I can't do it. I just can't do it. But yeah. So this is testing this change that we made to our outpost thing, which it was bad before. It was bad before. So 12 is the one without the change, and 14 is with the change. And so what this is telling us is that 14 is winning. Oh gosh. Please tell me that we're fine. Okay, we're fine. It's just a bit of lag. Okay, we aren't fine. We aren't fine. We aren't fine at all. Yeah, we gotta stop. Unfortunate. We're going to just code and not do SPRT testing today because my computer cannot handle it, unfortunately, while I'm streaming. It may just be one of those things where I need to stream at 720p again instead of this. and that does put a damper on my mood. But there are things that I can work on, and there are things that I can work on. YouTube is not receiving a video to maintain smooth streaming. Oh. Is it? I didn't know. Okay. We're gonna act like that didn't happen. So I got a little bit of data from that, from what we just did, and it's enough for me to just like leave that in. I think that, I guess we could make some additional endgame logic is what I was kind of planning on doing, to be honest. Some positional logic for endgame, and what we have for that setup is literally just this the passer logic, but really it's not just about supporting passers. What also I notice about our school makes thinking, how can I say, following money increase and decrease financial things and try profit. With that, is it possible? Looks like good. They try to make a model. Can I use your engine to cheat on online chats? Yeah, I mean, totally. Yeah, I mean, totally. Do you want to play my engine? You can play it. Just let me know. I'll put it online, and we'll watch. What's up though? Nice to see you. Yeah, I mean, looking at we can actually, you know what we should do? We should actually look at recent games that the engine has played, and analyze them? Question mark. Oh gosh, I have to open up a separate Firefox though, because unfortunately this is just what has to happen. Yeah, we can just do this. This is fine. Oh gosh. Okay, we should look at the games that it's been playing, because I know that it lost this game. Yeah, we should look at what it's been struggling with, because it hasn't beat Troutbot yet. That's my goal in life. And so let's just give it a just request a computer analysis. Let us request a computer analysis and see where we messed up. We've been playing very accurate chess lately. Like I've been actually pretty happy with it. We do not go below like 90, 95-ish accuracy ever anymore. And yeah, it says that we made 0 blunders. Which is okay. So it says, oh, we shouldn't have castled here. You're really bad at chess? I mean, I'm really bad at chess. I am really bad at chess. I don't really see why castling is so bad. It says that we have a devastating attack on the king here. And I guess the idea is, like, if we go here, then it can't move this. Like, if we castle, then what is his move? It's still this, though. Maybe I'm just too dumb to understand the idea here. I don't get what's so good about this position. Oh, because we're winning a pawn. I see. I do see that. Okay, I get it. Did I make the UI? This isn't my UI. This is Lichess. Did I make this? This is my theme, yeah. This is my new theme for Helix and stuff. Dude, why is h3 a bad move here? What does it want us to do? It wants us to play this. And then I don't see it. I don't see it. What? I feel like h3 is a good move. It prevents any sort of shenanigans in the future. General aim control square and make little improvements and plan probably stronger. Yeah, I mean, I guess like it makes sense, right? But I feel like h3 is not a bad move. It even flashes. It even flashes to this because it thinks that this is kind of a good move. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that this controls more squares here. I think the idea behind this move is that maybe there's a knight move here that is scary towards attacking our queen. Or like if this knight moves somewhere and then this is threatening, this gets pinned or something like that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I think it might be a queen safety thing, to be honest. But let's see what it says. It says this. Yeah, exactly. Why can't we play this now? Oh, because then this is... Wait, but then this... I guess that this is bad? Because then... Okay, I get it. I get it. It's kind of like a tempo thing, I guess, that we leave our queen hanging here. And so, okay, I get it. We can run that position. Oh gosh, my computer is crying again. I may have to go down to 720p next time I do this. I thought that we could get away with 1080 now, but I guess not. I guess not. A custom RAG AI chatbot would go really good with this as a chess learning AI assistant. Yeah, I've been hearing about this RAG stuff lately. I heard about they were talking in the Discord about RAG or something. Oh, this is his inaccuracy, not mine. And now it's back this way. It wants us to go here. Yeah, you know, I think what it may be is that I tried NVENC encoding this time, when I usually don't. I usually just do the whatchamacallit, the regular software encoding because it's usually better. But so why is this now? It's telling me this is better. I guess we have to look at it. Why does it say that this is bad? Because it allows this. I don't really get it. I feel like we're just randomly shuffling our pieces around. Maybe I'm dumb. Why not take with the pawn? Okay, yeah, I'm not smart enough to understand the endgame stuff, to be honest. You've been talking? Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah, so we have to look at that position because I don't even understand it. And I don't even understand why this is bad. This seems like a good move. It wants us to play this, which is doubly attacked. But I guess we defend it with 2 knights. So I guess that it makes sense. It says that the best move is to trade here. I feel like, yeah, that's a good move. That's good. Yeah, we should look at that fend too. Yeah. I feel like it's endgame that's the problem. Like we just slowly kind of slip here into not being good. Yeah. It's kind of like small inaccuracies, I guess, with it. Okay, well, let's take a look then. Okay, let me just go into the engine and run the fen. Yeah, I think just using the NVIDIA GPU on this laptop just isn't a thing that I can do. The stream just ends up bad every single time, right? It's just super laggy. Like this. Hello? Which 5? I also find G4, G5 until depth 12 though. Like all of this G4, G5 here is the move that we wanted, but now we find it at depth 14. Okay. So the idea is something is causing us to find at depth 12 and depth 13 the wrong move, which is what we played. And now we're back to G4, G5. Okay. Okay. So that's what we need to figure out. And it's always one of two things. It's either our eval is wrong or it is the fault of our pruning, or it's the fault of our move ordering. And I'll show you what the move ordering looks like because I didn't really get around to it. The move ordering has changed a lot, and our history has changed a lot because now we have contest, which is interesting. It's basically continual history, which takes our last moves spot and our current moves spot, and the idea is like kind of to give continual momentum in terms of evaluation. Do I have a plan for endgame, or is it just use game informations? I probably will implement more eval stuff for endgame, but right now I think for a position like this, right, where it's clear to us right now that this move is better because it forces him to trade. You don't really have to look that far into the future for a move like this. And based on what we can see in here, which is that we do find the best move 90% of the time, we just lose it here. It means that it's probably a problem with our search rather than our eval. My desktop setup looks really cool. What is this window manager? This is Sway. This is Sway. I mean, it just does kind of what it's supposed to, you know? it's got gaps, right? There's a gap, right, which is cool. You can do a lot of cool stuff with it. I think like doing this, and then you can have this, you know. That's all cool. You can of course do things like, you know, you have this, right? If you ever want that. I think 90% of it comes from the theme and the fonts you choose and stuff like that for the overall vibe, you know. Yeah. Anyway, so in this case, it's not really an eval thing. It's a search thing, is what I'm trying to say. Is that like over here at depth 6 we find H4, H5 as well, right? And so this is a search instability thing. At least it seems like for me, what I would assume. But it's so touchy, right? Because if I, for example, the SE eval kind of gate that I have on things, if I move this around, you will immediately see that we're going to find different moves. So it's all based on kind of like search heuristics and like our margins for things, because you'll immediately see, I'm 100% sure that we're going to find different moves here if I change it. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting... Well, we did find different moves. We end up on a different move, and we're finding it at different depths. It really is just H4 or G4. Like, you know, there's not really any other pieces here. But yeah, I've been playing around with this SE eval kind of gate. The idea here is to keep good captures really at the top, right? And then kind of captures that may be interesting just slightly above the quiets. However, we can try dropping this a little bit. This is the last thing that I was kind of playing around with. It did also perform fairly well at 20,000, which is kind of in the middle of the good quiets. Quiet moves are moves that aren't captures, basically. Hey, what's up, King Savage? My beard is longer than my hair. Is this a new normal? Thanks for noticing. This is my new normal. I do like my beard, having it this long. Yeah, this isn't changing anything, which is good actually, because I don't want it to be a move ordering thing. A move ordering thing is usually the worst type of problem because it uproots everything. I'm glad that the stuff here is fine. I also want to make sure we turn off this and then try without this, because sometimes refutation and counter move give some problems. I would much rather it be like a search margin thing rather than a move ordering thing. Sadly had to get a trim today. Holiday's over. That's a bummer. I've gone through most of my life with like long hair, actually, like down to here. But a while ago I just shaved it off and I've really liked it. And instead growing the beard out has been pretty good. Anyway, it doesn't seem like that really. It did help a little bit actually. It gave us a depth 12 a little bit, but it seems to not be where the issue is 100%, because at depth 13 we still find it. So usually what I do at this point, once we make sure that it isn't a ordering thing, what I do is I literally just go through and I just start commenting out pruning. And I usually start with the more impactful things, which is RFPs, razoring, and NMPs, and then seeing if we find any change in the move. Otherwise, as a man, you need to go from one adventure to another. Yeah. I like the beard. I've my parents for Christmas got me a like a beard kit and like a beard brush. You know, I feel like a horse, but it's I like it a lot. The all the tools and the beard balm, and you know, it's a whole sort of thing. I kind of like looking like a caveman, but also I know that other people don't like me looking like a caveman. Okay, so we found H4, H5 still at the end. Yeah, I've grown out my beard many times during my life. Like 3 times to you know, even longer length than this. And I was thinking to myself today just how many times I've shaved it just because I was sick of like people like looking at me weird because of it being long, you know. There are definitely like friends, girlfriends, whatever, that just are not into the beard, you know. And it's one of those things where they don't say it because they don't want to say it, but then you know in the back of your head, and then you know once you shave it off, they're like, oh my god, I forgot how handsome you were without the beard. And it's like, you know, it's like well, thanks, I guess. You know, anyway, this isn't the problem. I'd sway on a tumbleweed VM. I lasted 30 minutes. You don't have the brain neurons? Mouse click on VS Code intelligence. He looks on Sway is too advanced. It's not, I think it's just something you have to get used to. For me, it just makes me more productive, I guess. Like, I just move around faster. Oh yeah, SEE pruning could totally be the problem here. This is like, was the last thing that was a slight elo increase during testing, but I'm not 100% sure on it at all. SEE pruning is the most unsound pruning, by the way. It's basically just counts the static value that you're losing from a move. So, you know, it's not very sound, because if you make a move that loses statically but actually wins the game, then it's still going to have negative SEE. And that's 100% what it is, because now we get the correct move at depth 13 and depth 14, which is all we care about. Really, as long as we get to depth 7 and we're getting the correct move all the way down, then it doesn't matter. So this is 100% an SE pruning thing. And yeah, that's about as what I expected. So yeah, the SE pruning thing, I want to make it work so bad, but it just doesn't seem to want to work. Mullet is a very similar tragedy. Like, people think I'm a magician or a guitarist in a band. Yeah, everybody used to call me John Lennon. They get very disappointed when I tell them I'm a regular college student. Dude, don't feel bad about that at all. I think people are... Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of a fan of, like, I just like a haircut, or I just like the clothes that I wear. I don't have to be like a rock star or whatever, you know? I think, I don't know. I don't think, personally, that your clothes or the way that you dress or anything has to be like an extension of your personality. I just don't think that way about it. Like, I'm more of the opinion that it's just something that you like to do or you like to have. You know, I kind of really dislike the idea that it's got to be like a thing. So now I'm actually wondering if it's this delta pruning thing, because with it's actually not the SE pruning, it turns out, believe it or not, because we still got the move here. Maybe I should, you know what I should do? I should turn off all the extra debugging stuff, because it's probably just unreadable to everybody that hasn't been staring at it for the past like month. You know, it'll be much more straightforward just to have the regular printouts. The regular printouts just being this line. Fulfilled with the work you're doing. Multiple girlfriends or not, I'm as happy as I need to be. That's what it's all about. That is what it's all about. Okay. God, it is kind of annoying to like sit here and just like, I sometimes like feel like I'm pulling my hair out because you just kind of like sit here and like move margins around until you get the I have a lot of hair on my body. They used to call me like a caveman, or I forget what they used to call me in school. But it made me always insecure about wearing shirts that weren't long sleeves and shorts. I still don't wear shorts because of it. Because so apparently it's the futility pruning that's causing this. Humans beings have hair, most trim it very so often. Yeah, I don't really understand the need to trim hair as a man. I went to this Italian restaurant once, and this old guy there, I had grown out my hair, I think, and he like he came up to our table, and he I was with my girlfriend for, I think it was like Christmas or something, or the birthday or something. Anyway, he like mentioned to me, he said, young man, you would look so much better if you just cut your hair. and he said, look at me, my friend. And then he was like, you know, everybody, when I had long hair, it was such a spectacle, you know? People would be like calling me John Lennon in the street and stuff. It's I don't know. It's very strange how most people react to it. Okay, so it definitely looks like the futility pruning margin is messed up, and we have to go and fix this. So this is pretty low at 66. I lowered it because SPRT testing told me kind of that it was fine to lower it, but it's looking like it's not fine actually. Getting the 70 style. Interesting. That is interesting. Okay, so it looks like that isn't solving it. My problem here. How high am I gonna have to make the margin go? Because I have the rest turned off. Maybe this just isn't that sound of a pruning heuristic, you know? How much well, I can't actually show because how much am I deltaing here? 7,000, 23,000. Out of 2 million, it's so small for it to have such a big impact. I don't know. I kind of took this from Kohai, but I'm not really sure how confident I am with it if it's being temperamental like this. Especially because it isn't like a super performance increase. It isn't like we're going to the moon on depth because of it. Yeah, now we get the correct answer. Yeah. Yeah, everything 70s and 80s is awesome. I am a big fan. So I wonder if we can bring this back if I just raise this margin. You know, I don't really know 100% if that is the case. But what we're trying to do is we're trying to get rid of the H4, H5. That's all we're trying to do. That's all I try to do. Yeah, it's still there. That means we must go higher. We must go higher on the margin. I did drop it because SPRT said that it was fine. But obviously, it's not fine. And we learned it the hard way. Hard way. What an eventful few minutes of conversation. Yup. Okay, so this is actually what we wanted. I mean, we still lose it. So, but at depth 12, we don't find it anymore. So that means we're almost there. We are almost there, just not quite. Not quite. Oh, I hate bringing the margin up this high though. It's like such a bummer. Our lives have been touched. This is a really intimate look into my life is what we're going through right now. It's I don't think that increasing this margin is actually doing anything, unfortunately. I think that it probably has to do with the margin over here needing to be raised. The exterior margin that checks if we're below our alpha before we even futility prune. But I might be wrong. Oh. Okay, I guess so. I guess we just aren't going to have fun today. Like I said earlier, if anybody wants to play the engine, just let me know and I'll put it online. Okay, now we're finding it more. Okay, I'm starting to think that that maybe it is the SE pruning and we turned it back on and now it's that's the reason why moving this around is not helping. Okay, well, never mind, I guess. Man, this is bizarre. This is bizarre that commenting this out helps us not have it, but then commenting it in and then raising the margin isn't helping. It's like it fundamentally does not want to give us the correct answer. Sometimes when I get to this point with it, I just start thinking, man, maybe I just suck at programming. Maybe it's not the futility margin. Maybe I just suck at programming. But probably it's just the margins. Dude, like, what do I got to do? What do I got to do to make you do the thing that I want you to do? Yeah, I mean, I don't think raising this... I mean, we can try actually dropping the depth. I don't know. Maybe there's just some edge case where applying it... I suck, therefore I am. Yes. I do suck, therefore I am. I code, therefore I am. I don't know. I don't know why it's giving me so much grief today. Well, I mean, it kind of gives me grief every day, but believe it or not, like once I kind of like laser in on one of these positions that we want to find the correct move at, then I run the test afterwards, and then it turns out that we actually lost elo because of whatever margin I changed. And then that's like the real kick in the nards. You know what? Let's actually... Let me run the test. Let's just run the test without any LMRs. How about that? No LMRs. Just to see... Maybe our engine is just bad and we can't find the right move anyway. Maybe, man. But yeah, this is why I haven't been live, because this is basically all that I do now. It's just this. It isn't exactly thrilling. But yeah, as soon as we turn LMRs off, you can see how many more nodes we're going through. So yeah, we do find at depth 12, we do just find G4, G5 without any LMRs. That is true. That is true. You know what I want to test? I want to test I want to test this, which is what I had earlier, which is basically if we're in a PV node, we just scale back our reductions. But it didn't give us that much of a benefit on when I was testing it. But it is something that was a part of the engine for a while. Okay, well that gives us the correct answer. Okay. It does make us a bit slower though. Okay, well now we don't find the right answer, so that's a bummer. Yeah, that's actually just crazy. Yeah, I do wonder. I guess the test is, I want to test, are we going to get it if I turn off futility pruning now? If raising the margin on futility doesn't get rid of it, then I'm not sure what will. I'm not sure what will. Yeah, it's not going away. is not going away. I mean, maybe it's possible that it is something else now. Maybe we changed the margin and now the problem is RFP or somewhere else. I wonder, maybe I should implement like a texel tuner for this stuff. I had my eval getting texel tuned for a while, but then I just decided to cut it out because it wasn't worth it. But maybe these margins, it's better to texel tune them. I don't know. I've just kind of been doing it by hand. Yeah, the problem is that we're not going to get to a high depth without it, so it's kind of impossible for us to test without RFP, right? Kind of hard for us to test. Kind of hard for us to test that. So we kind of have to go one by one. Yeah, the lovely computer fan noise is kind of back from the beginning of my streaming career, which is not fun. Not fun at all. Yeah, it's one of these things where we can't actually just shut off RFP, unfortunately, because we're just not going to get to the depth that we require to get to actually test it. So I have to kind of just like manually push the margin up and then see if it fixes it. At least I'm streaming indoors now. Yeah, at least I'm streaming indoors now. It was really fun streaming outdoors, though. I really did. I would go out there with like a nice coffee and stuff, and outdoors, I think, was my favorite. Definitely was my favorite, like, era of streaming for sure. So the outdoor stuff. When I was like struggling through Blender outdoors, so very fun. Okay, so it turns out that yeah, raising RFP actually gets us there. And we're gonna try, here's what we're gonna try. We're going to try with 80, which is just a smaller version. We're gonna try just with 80 and removing that, this from now, because I really actually don't want that in the engine, because as you can tell, we used to be getting to depth 14 and now we're getting to depth 13. It's just not good. I don't want to be losing apply just for this. It's kind of the whole reason why we had it in the first place. It's kind of the trade-off. And yeah, we start, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. But the funny depth number, man. I just want the funny depth number to be high. I don't really care about it playing good chess. Just kidding. Oh shit, dude, this guy is spitting bars in the song. It's crazy. Yeah, you know what we might actually have to end up doing is have the LMR reduction, but also we can probably push the actual thing up, right? We can probably push this up to 3 or something and have that to kind of counteract it. But yeah, we probably do have to have it, I guess, in some scenarios. It didn't really come through on the testing on the SPRT though, but yeah, that might just be the case. It also seems like I was wrong about the margin and that it does have to be 100 in this case for us to get the correct result. But you know, it's one of these things where it's like, does correlation necessarily mean causation? Because it also could be razoring, it also could be like any other sort of margin. It's like, just because I move one number around and it gets the right result, it's kind of hard to tell which is the problem just by looking at one fen, you know? Yeah, it might just be that razoring was too low. I mean, I don't know. This was at 60. Yeah, it's still happening. It's kind of the annoying thing. I really don't want to have the PV node thing in there. I really don't. I want to get away with not having that in there because it just slows us down so much. Maybe I'm like hyper focusing on one position way too hard. That may just be completely possible. I really like this font, man. This font is so good. Our PV changed actually, which is interesting. At depth 11 it changed. But yeah, it seems like at 13 it still is catching. It could be a combination of things, I don't know. It could be like that it was partially the margins and now it's also the move ordering or something like that. Okay, so that seems to not be a good thing, what I just did. Yeah. I kind of just like feel like, I don't know. I almost feel like it could be our history margins actually. Is what it could be. Yeah, I feel like that's probably what it is actually. Like if I get rid of contest, does it go away? I might just have to play with the margins. Because these are margins that I haven't touch the history stuff, so I probably have to give that a shot. You got a VS Code extension to get custom backgrounds? That's sick. It's actually not a part of my... This is actually just my desktop. But, wow, we get a really bad move there. We get F3, D2. That's not a good move, probably. F3, D2. F3, D2. What does Stockfish say about that move? Well, it isn't as bad as I thought, but it's not a good move. You know what I did stop doing was I stopped sorting by SE eval. I used to have SE eval in here as well. And so we can test to see, this was used to be an ELO increase, and then it started being an ELO decrease, which is why I stopped doing it. But the idea now was to have it just be sorting into these different bands, I guess. But also could be interesting to have in it as a thing. Okay, that appears to have solved our woes. And so that's one of these things where we're just gonna leave that in there and not touch it until I'm confident that that it's worth touching again. We're just gonna, you know, set that there and leave it, because we don't want to we don't want to mess with this anymore. Because it's gonna drive me up a wall. And so now I'm kind of wondering if we can bring the margins back to where they were, and then just like not have to actually lock in any of these changes. And so I have the margins in my noggin. You know, I've memorized them, but yeah, I just want to make sure that that was the issue all along. And now that we have that that locked in, we can go through the rest of, oh my gosh, the reason why it's why it does that is because it because I had two, oh gosh, well, I have no background anymore on this workspace. Oh, it's because I clicked mod F, my bad. Okay, so it appears like the margins were a part of the problem. Okay, well, fine. I really would prefer not. I don't know. What we should do actually here is do a sprt with our changes, but for now I can't do it because I'm streaming, but I'll just run it later. That's what I'll do. Okay, so you know what? Maybe we just need to move the margins up, and I need to stop complaining about it. At least for now. Okay, so now I'm just going to try to re-enable everything that we disabled, and then just yeah. And then we'll, after this fen is done, then we'll just check the rest of the fens on the in the game that I was looking at, and then see if these changes kind of rectify those positions where we made inaccuracies. This is how I do it. This is how it gets done. Okay. No. No. Okay, okay. Okay, we'll just leave that for now. We'll leave that for now. And we'll just take it one of these other inaccuracies. This one was apparently a pretty bad one. This one's apparently an even worse one. I guess the idea is that you know, we have that. But it wants us to do this to threaten this check, I guess. And what does this check do? I don't know. I don't know what that check does. But apparently it's a thing. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm just not a good enough chess player to actually make a chess engine, I think, sometimes. F2, F4, F2, F4, F2, F4. That's what we played, right? It's a pawn move? Yeah. It's a pawn move. So, in a case like this where we find it all the way down, it's might... This might just be an eval thing, is the thing. D5, E7... We want E3, E1. Yeah. Yeah. When we find it all the way down like this, it's probably something that it isn't actually a search problem. If I had to guess. Like, it's probably just like our evaluation is bad. I don't know. I mean, we could try, like, maybe move ordering is throwing it off somewhat, and then we get, like, an early return somewhere, and then it thinks the other move is worse, but typically not the case. Yeah. You know what I kind of wonder is if what we should be doing is not that. I read on the chess programming wiki somewhere that actually it's fine to do what I was doing earlier, which is sorting by the score of the previous move. And so that's what I do, right? Is move list score equals current score, yeah. So I definitely should be doing that. And so this max depth equals 1 is only on the first iteration of ID do I do that. Yeah, I think that's the way to go about it. I read on the chess programming wiki that it's actually fine to do that. I just haven't seen in other people's code bases where they do that, where they store the score of the move from previous iterations and then use that to inform the sorting next time. Maybe it's because it creates like extra bias in the search results, but I think it's fine. I think it's completely fine. It used to give me some performance gains, like, but maybe it's bad. I don't know. But yeah, I have to wait now. I'd like to get done. Yeah. Yeah, I doubt that this is a thing. I think it's possibly a horizon issue. I don't know. Yeah, we get the exact same result. If work, what did I do there? Can I share? I haven't worked at many companies related to programming, to be honest. I've worked at restaurants, washing dishes. I've worked at a deli, making sandwiches. I've worked you know, just normal people jobs, I guess. But no, I haven't have never worked for a company. I don't even know if I necessarily would want to work for a company. I would much rather work for like maybe a studio or something, but I don't think that I would get along with companies. I typically don't get along with companies. Anyway, it's worth doing what we did earlier and just, you know, testing without any pruning, etc. To see. But this one might be a dud. We might just have to not we might just not have to go for this one. This one might just be a dud, man. Okay, we're getting the exact same thing, which is not a good sign. That's not a good sign. With all pruning off, if you get the wrong move, that's not a good sign. That's a sign that it's probably not a pruning issue. But you know, is what it is. Oh, this is like a neat little song. Yeah, next time I go live on this setup, I have to go live from the other card. This is annoying. Okay, yeah, I think that this one's a dud, man. Yeah, I don't think that this is it. I think that sometimes I get positions like this where we aren't going to find the correct move, and it's just one of those things where you just kind of gotta give up and throw the towel in. Yeah, there's just no way. That's fine. We will look. I mean, this one, when it's kind of not, there's no point in looking at fence like this because it's like, whatever. You were already going to lose the game. Typically, an engine in this scenario always plays a random move because they can kind of see the checkmate already happening anyway. So that's what that's about. This Fen we also talked about being bad and weird, that we got the wrong move on. Alright, peace out, King Zavid. Thanks for hanging out. Good night. I will have a nice night. Thanks. Thank you. So we lose it once again. We lose e2. E2 is the correct move. It's that move. And instead we start finding f5, which is what we played. So we stopped finding E2 probably for some reason. It's actually pretty interesting with the chess engine. Is like half of the time you find the correct move at a lower depth than, you know, and then you start finding the wrong move. And usually the reason why is because, you know, more pruning kicks in later into searching because you're searching deeper and deeper and deeper, right? And so while most people would think that you only find better moves the deeper you go, kind of, you sometimes find worse moves the deeper you go. Sometimes, in a case like this, you eventually just like lose the correct move because of ordering at some point, and then you just can't get it back. What time now? You can see right here. It is. I can't see with the font. Is it 3? I think it's 3. 3 o'clock. Man, I wish I could play real music. Not real music, but, you know, good, like, you know, other music on stream. That'd be fun. I've been listening to a lot of this band did this like really long ambient cover of Wichita Lineman that's really good. It's on YouTube if you search it up. Been listening to that a lot. Yeah, I doubt that we're gonna find the correct move here. I don't know. Usually when it's this sort of pattern of finding it and then losing it, it's usually like moving RFP up is gonna help, or nothing is gonna help, you know? It's usually that sort of thing. Yeah. Yeah. And for anyone watching, if you want my theme, I did drop it in the Discord yesterday. My brand new theme. Yeah. Yeah, for some reason we really start liking H4, H5, and this is probably like an eval thing. We probably like H4, H5 at some point, and I'm guessing that it's a mobility thing, actually, because it puts our knight on a really active square, and so that's probably what it is. Like, going off the edge of the board is good because it brings our knight off of an active square, right? So we can try without mobility at all and see if that brings it up. It did increase our mobility because it showed that it was really impactful, actually, in terms of elo for us to have higher mobility values. Okay, no, it does not seem like I was okay. Okay, well, it's telling me that it's not the case. Well, in a case like this, I always like to take KTV off because KTV is typically very impactful. If it sees down the line that maybe it can launch an attack on the enemy king, then it might change the PV, like this G7 F5 move. Okay, it's not that either, never mind. Now you just gotta. Oh, look who found the correct move. Look who found the correct move. I did. I did. Okay. We did find the correct move. So we probably have to tune some one of those values in terms of king safety. Eventually my computer is going to crash. I have a feeling. Yeah, I thought I could get away with 1080p on this new setup because I, you know, did everything very minimally. But, you know, it took me a while to get up, set up on the old setup, so I'm not surprised it isn't perfect. Yeah, this is probably gonna give us... Oh, it doesn't. Why is that? This doesn't give us the exact same thing. Okay, now it gives us it at 13. Okay. So it appears like the king threat is actually the problem. And I wonder why that is. I kind of am too lazy to play all the moves out, but if I could have the idea, it's probably like this G7 F5 is close to the enemy king or close to our king. This is a pawn push. I don't know. You know what? We could try. We could try removing pawn attacks from the king attack, but you kind of don't want to do that. I don't know. That's kind of dangerous. I mean, in a situation like this, where it's like endgame, you probably don't even want that to be a thing. Though. Yeah. How would we do that though? We can remove pawn attacks, but then we become blind to attacks that that are also other pieces. So there's no real easy way to do it. We have the FPA and EPA are pawn attacks, so we can do that. We have the information to do that, but how do we want to do that? We could literally, I mean, technically you could literally do, and, you know, not pawn attacks, but do you really want to do that? Yeah, let's just try it. Really, we oh, FSATK is actually used for later as well. So yeah, this is actually fine to do. Okay, we can see if that changes things, because apparently, from what I can understand, this this g7 f5 is a pawn move that attacks our king, and that's what's giving us a bunch of noise, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. But maybe I'm right. Okay, I'm not right, apparently. Apparently I'm not right. Apparently I'm wrong. Because at depth 12 we still have it, we can play the moves out. I think that the best way is to probably play the moves out and see what the engine sees. So let's do that. I kind of want to I forget how to unstack. Okay, well yeah, this is it. Okay, good. So let me play the moves out, I guess. So h4 f5 and b1 b2. Okay. Then f7 f5 g7. Okay. b2 b3. e3 b3. Okay. And then c5 b3. g7 e8. Really? b3 d2. Okay, so this is coming near our king, I guess. e8 f6. To get another pawn. Then b2 b3. Before b3, I mean c4 c5. c6 c5. Really? I mean, that's really the best continuation? Why? Oh, because you're avoiding this. Defending the... I guess that that's a possibility. And then it finds... Instead of that, it then finds f6 d5. Supported by the pawn now, and then d2 d4 d2 c4. Okay, taking the pawn, and then d5 f6. Okay, well that's a... Really? That's your best continuation. And what was played in the game? All right, we're looking at this too. I didn't go from the right board playing the moves out, but it's fine. I mean, in this scenario, we do win 2 pawns. So... This is cool, thanks. This is what I do. I just play with my little toys all the time. I think so. If it is a KTV thing, then it has to be that it values this position where we are really near to his king highly. Well, I can't. Oh, here it is. Yeah, where we're near to his king. Wait, no, it isn't this position. It's this position. Oh yeah, this. Where our knight becomes close to his king. So we can try to. I think it was KTV that. So I think maybe weighing empty squares higher might cause us to not get this move anymore. How much elo has it? So on Lichess it is 2000 right now. It's 2100 rapid. But I don't know how much official CCRL elo that would translate to. Probably like 1800 CCRL. Oh, thanks for subscribing. Thanks. So yeah, the fact that we get the correct move at depth 13, and then this continuation is b3 d4 if I yeah. Yeah, it finds the correct move if we get rid of KTV. And so I'm guessing that, you know, both of the kings are out in the open here. So they have like a ton of empty squares. So possibly dividing by empty squares more would help us tame that value. And so that's what this is it's the amount of empty squares multiplied by this value that we're dividing the king threat value by. And it helps in situations like this, where obviously neither of these knights are posing any threat to the king, although they are attacking squares near to them, right? Is I code it from scratch? Or is there any help? Yeah, I coded it from scratch. This is my second chess engine. But yeah, I mean, just reading on the internet about it and looking at other people's code, you know? I've done all these streams here that you can go back and see the me do it from scratch, you know? I haven't streamed in a while, but yeah, it's all from scratch. Okay, so it looks like that got us the correct move. So we can probably get rid of that what I had added there previously, but yeah, that got us the correct move. So it was just like I assumed that this empty space variable needs to be tuned a bit higher. This is why these used to be floating point, actually, was because they kind of need to be fine-tuned a little bit. But this is impressive. Thanks. I appreciate that. I think really anybody can make a chess engine if you have enough time, you know? It does take some time. Takes a lot of doing this, what I'm doing here. Just, you know, just playing with values until you get the right move. Okay, so looks like that's correct now. Okay, now the question is, can we get the move before depth 13? That's the question. Because in a real game, we would probably play depth 11 or depth 12. Especially if it's a blitz game. If it was rapid, we would have played depth 13 probably, but you know, we can't be too sure. And so I'm just going to toggle some search stuff off just to make sure that if our margins were a bit higher, if we could get it a depth earlier. Because if we can get it a depth earlier, then that's what we want, you know. PV, KPV, RMG, is this test notation or just average CDEV writing disorder? I think it's like a bit of both, you know. I write a lot of code, and so if it's like smaller names, it's usually ends up being better. My code bases always kind of start more verbose and then start becoming more and more, you know, small names as I keep going. Like king threat value used to actually be king threat value, right? Like just written out. And variables used to be kind of like enemy king zone count and stuff like that. But when you rewrite the same function like for the third time, like this evaluate material function, then you start getting things like double attack, attack no king, enemy attack mask, FPA, friendly pawn attacks, enemy pawn attacks, FWS. I don't remember what that is. But yeah. Yeah. No, it looks like that did not help us get it. That did not help us get it at all. But yeah, I used to make fun of people for, you know, having variables named like that, you know, because it makes your code kind of unreadable. But it's much more, you know, it's better for me. I also like the idea of it being KTV, not king threat value. Just like saying it in my mind, like enemy KTV. The amount of times I have to like talk myself through what's going on and saying KTV, and it just makes sense to me. KTV is cool, thanks. That is my own invention. Well, maybe, you know, I didn't come up with king threat, you know, but the term is my own. Okay, so that didn't help us at all. And now we're kind of at the end right now with LMPs and LMPs and LMRs. And if this doesn't help us get it, then nothing will. It's just literally a horizon issue with us not being able to see to the end. KTV sounds like a news channel. It does. It definitely does. Yeah, I doubt that we're not even going to get to depth 12 with no LMRs, so yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta kind of throw in the towel. Eventually, the idea is that your engine gets so fast that that you can get to depth 13 before playing the move. You know, that's kind of the goal. That's kind of the goal. I kind of wonder if I had this PV node thing in. Typically, so what's happening inside of the engine is that, you know, when you get to a higher depth, there are just like a lot of nodes that are getting cut, or a lot of nodes that are getting searched to you know, a lesser extent, right? And so it's very important to make sure that you're having a good search while also having a fast search, I guess, is like trade-offs. But yeah, it seems like a literal depth issue that we just can't find it until depth 13. So in that case, then we just kind of have to suck it up, and that is what it is. That is what it is. Okay, I'm fine with that change though. Okay, so I'm gonna call this one resolved, and we can go back to stacking. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm gonna call that one resolved, and I think all the other ones here, we kind of, like, I think that this is a fine move. I know that it says it's an inaccuracy, but I think that H3 is a pretty reasonable move here to, you know, improve the position. I know that he has this, but after this, I mean, it just seems kind of fine, right? I don't know. We can take a look at this one, I guess. But I feel like it's not that big of a deal. What does depth mean? Depth is, yeah, basically how many. Well, it isn't necessarily so. So ply is how many moves ahead it's thinking, right? So if we search, if a move is 10 plies ahead, that means it's thinking 10 moves ahead. Depth is, you can think of it like ply, but it's typically not representative of how many moves ahead, but it's complicated, right? Because, so I can show you, basically a chess engine, it searches through depths in iteration, right? So it starts at depth 1, and it just literally evaluates the moves from depth 1 without going any deeper, right? And then it goes through depth 2, and then it goes an extra ply ahead. However, in an engine, why depth is different than ply is because often you will say you will increase your depth when you need to search a node further, or you will decrease your depth if you want to search a node less. So ply is kind of like, you know, the raw move count ahead, while depth is typically, you know, the ballpark of how deep you've gone in the search tree, right? And so that's what this means, right? At depth 12 with, you know, 4 million nodes, this means that typically this means, okay, 12 plies ahead, right? 12 moves ahead. However, in a case for like check extensions or whatever, we're probably thinking like 20 moves ahead plus, you know? So depth is relative. It's basically like we were supposed to search 12 moves deep in this search, but for some moves we didn't search them at all. For some moves we searched them 30 moves ahead, you know? So that's kind of what depth is, right? As it's just kind of our way of quantifying how far we were supposed to go, basically. I can turn on, it would probably be a bit, I turned it off because it was a bit verbose, but I can turn on all the debug information that will probably make a bit of that more clear. That shows some of what's going on, other than just, you know, the raw PV. So this is kind of all of the debug stuff, which shows all of the pruning that's happening, and the raw counts of all of it, right? Is the amount of hash hits, the amount of prunes, every type of prune, every type of reduction. And as you can see here, check extensions, we have 44,000, which means that there were 44,000 nodes in which we decided to extend our search, right? And so even though we searched to depth 9, we definitely searched some nodes to like 30 moves ahead because of checks and stuff that needed to get resolved, you know? Anyway, that is what that's all about. Anyway, we were going to check this out. I forgot, was I checking this out? Did I check this out? I think I just copied it in, and then and then I didn't actually check it out. But yeah, so b3, c2, d2, e4, c4, d5. I actually don't find the move, which is h3. Huh. d2, e4. It also says that this isn't a good move, though. b3, c2. Okay, so it finds the move. It finds the move now. So, possibly by doing the other changes that we made, it now finds that move. So, I'm just going to consider that one resolved as well. That's cool. And if you're interested in the code at all, the code is online, although it isn't updated to this version, and it will be as soon as I clean it up. But yeah. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this. I think we learned a lot from this, from analyzing this game. And like I said earlier, if anybody wants to challenge the engine, I can put it online if you want to see it. But I saw it lost this game as well, so let's take a look at this one as well, just to go through. Okay, well that's mate in 16 is if it hangs mate in 9 or less, then I typically worry, but hanging mate in 16, that's kind of hard to see, you know. 13 is also kind of hard to see, depending on, this was a blitz game, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, we did kind of just like get into a position where we have no pawns though, which is not great. This was their blunder, not ours. It seems like we were just losing the game the whole time though. Oh wait, no, this is our blunder, yeah. Okay, and why is this bad? Here's a draw, apparently, if we give this check. But if we do this, attacking the queen and defending this, it's not good, apparently. It looks like a good move to my eyes, but maybe it's bad. Because the queen just goes here, or something. Or it goes here? Is that what happens? Now, where does it go? Oh. Wait, what? Wait, what? Don't we win a bishop there? Maybe I'm stupid. Don't we just win a bishop there? We win a bishop, lose 2 pawns? Oh, and then the knight gets pinned. Ah, I see. Okay, so this is how many moves ahead? This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 moves ahead. 11 moves ahead, our knight gets pinned. And it's just bad. This is bad. Even though we're up a bishop, it's not good. It's just not good. Oh my gosh, the lag. Okay, so yeah, that's not good for sure. Okay, so let me test this. It is kind of hard to see though, the blunder, you know. That's a move that I think most people would make, it attacks the queen, defends the rook, you know, and the line that Stockfish finds also wins us a bishop, you know, so it's kind of hard to see that blunder, to be honest. Would have blundered there too. Yeah, I think most humans would have blundered that move. You know, like this just looks like a really good move. Or I mean, this just looks like a really good move. You know? No, I mean, maybe you play this check in some, you know, it makes sense to play that check too, but no one is seeing this. The queen, the bishop sack, no one is seeing that. Like, no one is seeing that. But a computer is supposed to see that, which is why we're upset at it. B7, A7. Wait. Oh, we put in the wrong fen. We put in the one before the queen moved. Not the correct one. It sucks that it's lagging this much. Come on. There we go. So b4 c6, which is the f8 c8 is the move. b4 c6 is the blunder. And how long did okay, so we played it in 2 seconds. That was 2 seconds that move was. So yeah, we find it again. Okay. Yep. So we do find the correct move. But then we lose it. So actually at depth 7 and 8 we find exactly what Stockfish is saying. This is a draw, which is this 0. That's exactly what Stockfish says, is that it's a draw. But then we find something else. And so this is definitely a search thing. This is not an eval thing. This is 100% a search thing that at depth 9 we lose it. We lose it. So, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we just kind of typically, you know, what we do is we just have to comment out the pruning and see if anything changes it before we look at moving any margin around. How much computing power does it need? Calculating all those moves looks CPU intensive. I run this on a very bad laptop, so it's believe it or not, it's not it's kind of impressive what it can do. When I'm not streaming, I run 6 of them at once to play against each other. So it doesn't take a supercomputer actually. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so it looks like it did help a little bit, but then the deeper we get, we also still get b4 c6. So while maybe moving the margins around there would be fruitful, we should probably look at the rest. But that is good that it did change a little bit. f8 c8. Yeah. Okay. So it's a combination of both, it seems. There is probably a margin in both places that needs to get tweaked, according to this, because here it finds b4 c6 at depth 10 and 11, and here it finds it at 8 through 10 when we got rid of that stuff. And so it's probably RFP or razoring that needs to be changed a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that we can go ahead and raise both of them and then just see what happens. This used to be at 107 or 106, but then I dropped it because I was trying to get more speed out of the engine, and it seemed to pass sprt fine, but it may be that I was too overzealous with it. I don't know. Possibly. Okay. Okay, so in this case, it looks like we got past depth 9 with it being fine, and so now I kind of am thinking that the rest is probably coming from elsewhere. I don't want to tweak that anymore if we can avoid it. I don't want to tweak it anymore if we can avoid it. Seems like there's a real node explosion at 9 for sure. Yeah, it's annoying that even though it finds f8 c8, it still evaluates this as not a draw anymore, which is concerning because it's supposed to be a draw all the way down. But it doesn't find that it's a draw anymore. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm kind of less worried about the move, but I'm more worried about it not finding that it's a draw deeper into the tree. You can try turning this up, I guess. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but obviously you can see like how it slowly finds that it's a draw, right? And then it slowly diverges from that, you know? So it's probably just missing something somewhere. Probably just misses a key move. E4, C2, and then the PV totally changes after that. Totally changes. Yeah, the PV gets super long here as well. Much like it's actually pretty funny because much like a human can overthink things, the computer overthinks things as well. That's kind of what a chess engine does a lot, is it can overthink. Can I beat it? No. I think it's beyond a human's kind of ability to beat at this point. But if you want, I can put it online if you want to try to face it. we've had people go up against it before. I'm willing to put it up if you wanna. I think that would be fun, but I can't beat it now. I cannot beat it. I would try to. Oh, I can try to play it right now if I want to. I do suck at chess, so I'm not the best. To think about its quality, I guess. I'm not the best tester. Yeah, I don't know when it comes to this. I do not know what's the problem. What is the problem? What is the problem? I can test sorting now. I can move sorting around just to see if it changes anything. I don't know. We can try just sorting all of the captures above quiets, which is how it used to be. It used to just like put every capture above quiets, but then I read around that you are supposed to put bad captures underneath quiets, and I don't know if that's entirely correct, which is why I kind of did a combination of that here, and I put stuff in the middle of the quiets as well. No, it does not seem to be that easy. This is better, though. It is better. It isn't entirely the best, though. We should test that later. The whole yeah, something else that I want to implement is contest, which is or corehist, which is correlative history, where it's basically history, but for evaluation as well. That your history ends up changing your evaluation, which I think the concept of that is just super interesting. You know what it actually might be? Now that I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it and I kind of understand it more, I think that this might actually be an aspiration window issue. It seems like that. It seems like we probably get an aspiration fail there. And I have the debug info off, but I think that that's probably what's happening in that case. No. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows what it is? It could be one of many things, so I don't know. This kind of sounds like this song reminds me of that guy that does all the chiptune stuff that I like. What's his name? Fear of Dark or whatever. It's pretty cool. He's got that song that I really like, Coffee Zone. Yeah, that song is so awesome. That song's a banger. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, like, okay. Okay, we're probably not going to get to depth 9 without LMRs, so it's probably like pointless to sit here and yeah, it's probably just not going to happen. We can just like try like really limited LMRs though, and see if we can get there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. My idea is that it's moving. It's not finding the move that keeps it a draw, and it just like skips over it. But yeah. An interesting thing that I sometimes do is I just turn on static evaluation instead of Q search, which sometimes gives different results, and then it can kind of inform what you're supposed to tune. Yeah, it still seems like this is not working, so it's not an LMR issue, apparently. Yeah, I'm gonna do that though. Because what this is going to tell us is if it's a some quiet position issue where you know what I think it might actually be is now that we turned off Q search and it still gave us that huge explosion, I think it's actually a check extension thing. And this is why I had this beforehand, this gate on extensions, where if it's less than or equal to 3, we can put it for now, then we can still extend. But if it goes past 3 in one line, then you cut it off. And I wonder if that's going to help us out. I don't know. Yeah, it does. Okay, so that's what it was. Well, it helps us out at depth 9, but I don't know if past that it's going to help us. But basically what's happening is that it literally, like I said, it was thinking too hard about it. It saw a line in there with an insane amount of check extensions, probably, where some king is in danger or something, and that it said that it wasn't a draw. Oh yeah, it still is thinking way too hard. As you can see here, the amount of nodes is absurd. It's absurd. So it is absurd. So yeah, the unconditional like extend if you're in check sometimes shoots us in the foot, I guess. You know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, in a case like this, it's almost like the engine is seeing too much rather than seeing too little. And it's these cases that's always hard. Because you try to make a search that's really valid and good, and then it turns out to be too valid and good sometimes, and it thinks way too hard about it. Yeah, 2 might be that sweet spot for it. But we still don't know. At depth 11, it still might find something. So yeah, it looks like it's probably going to end up doing the same thing with how slow it's going. I worry that all this is doing is just delaying it. But we find the correct move, I guess, you know? We do. I don't know. We can turn on aspiration windows again and then just like... Oh, it was on. Okay, well, in that case, I guess that is what it is. I guess we can just keep it at 2 for now. But I found that it was an elo increase to just keep it uncapped. So I'm unsure about that. But we can just keep that in mind for later, that we gave that a tweak. And that may or may not be a good thing. But for now, I think we just keep it and move on before we focus way too much on just one blunder. It's also this that's a blunder, apparently. Why? Yeah, I mean, that just F6 just seems like a really bad move. I I agree with Stockfish. I mean, like, this is just not a good move, man. You just give them a passer. Like, hey, you have a free passer. Actually, your best move is to sack the knight. And then his best move isn't even to take it. The hell? Yeah, you can tell that I'm not a computer. If you had any doubts about me being human, then... Okay. Okay, this is taking forever again because my computer sucks. Oh, you know what? Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh, I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. That's so annoying. Wow. I actually didn't resolve that then because I still didn't do it. That's probably why it was hating that way. It's like I just forgot that I turned that off. Oh my gosh, that sucks. In WhatsApp software do I code? Is that because it's green? No, I code in Helix. I like the green theme that this is my theme that I made recently. I like it a lot, actually. I think it's real cool. Okay. Okay. Then that's fine. Then that's fine. It's like exactly the same with Q search on, actually, which I'm kind of surprised on. I think okay, gotta. I think Q search has actually changed a lot in my engine because I used to include checks in Q search and now I don't. I don't have any checks or anything in Q search, which is, makes us a lot faster. Autocorrect. Oh, I see. It's Helix. I program in Helix, and my terminal is Ghosty. Okay, this is taking forever. Please go. Oh, I didn't type. Oh, my bad. B8C7. Is that what we played? No, we played F6. F6 is what we played. Oh, and there we find it. F6. At depth 9, we find F6. Okay. F6. Okay. And then A5, A4. There's certainly a move. It even thinks that F6 is good for a second there. It even flickered to F6. I just don't really see F6 being a good move. But to me it's obviously a bad move because it just basically gives them a passer, and then if you take it, they can just it's just not a good move. It's just not a good move. There's just no world in which that's a good move. I feel like that's got to be a move ordering thing. I feel like that has to be. Oh my gosh, I have it in my clipboard wrong. My muscle memory is off because I have the full thing in my clipboard. Oh wow, that's neat. Oh no, I thought that it selected to the end of the thing automatically, but didn't. 8, 9, 9. No. 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 It's not the right move. It's a bad move. Stupid machine. The bad move. Bad move. Bad move. I sometimes feel like a dog owner with my engine. I told someone the other day, I was like, it's kind of like having a child embarrass you in public. It's like, I told you not to do that. I told you not to do that, and you did it. It's like, I coded this into you to do the right move, okay? You just don't listen to me. You just want to play F6. I told you not to do it. That's what it feels like. But I mean, it's really just my own fault, my own shortcomings, I guess. It just looks like a bad move. I don't know, I wish I could code that in. Like, if your move looks dumb, it probably is dumb. Like, just pushing a pawn, it's attacked 2 ways, defended 1 way. Okay, we might not get to depth 9 because I disabled LMRs to see, but we might just not get to depth 9 to even see. So I probably should have just tuned them back instead of, but whatever. Okay, we still got yeah, so without any LMRs we still got it, so that's lays that to bed. Try this again, and then if it's not this, then it's I I don't know what it is. Could be an eval thing, I guess, where we would have to play out the moves again. F7, F6. Yeah, we should play out the moves if this doesn't work, and see where exactly it's going wrong. It probably sees something at C8, C7 that makes it want to do that. A5, A4 is another weird move. It finds it at depth 10 too. A5, A4. It's just probably Stockfish doesn't like that move either, because I mean, I don't like this move. Okay, he says it's fine. So maybe I'm just stupid. Okay. So maybe it is a margin thing then. Maybe it is a margin thing. So it usually isn't a null move pruning thing. It usually is razoring or RFPs. So I'm going to just go ahead and assume that right away. But you know, who knows? Maybe I'm just going to move these margins back to exactly what they were a few days ago, which was 106. Which was 106 and like 110. But I dropped them because apparently it was okay too. But maybe it's not okay. Okay, well, this is ridiculous. Okay, B8 C8. Oh, hold on a second. That's a. Oh wait, it's not even finding the right move, which is this. It's finding less bad moves though. It's not the good move, but it's finding less bad moves than what I had before. B8 C8. Huh. B8 C8 rather than B8 C7. Well, Stockfish says that they're both fine moves, so if Stockfish says that they're both fine, then it's probably okay. Well, I'm gonna try with what the margins were before I move them. And this isn't what the margins were before I moved them. It was 106, so I'm kind of lying there. But whatever. Oh, you just had to do it to me. You just had to do it to me. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. It was close there. It was close there, but no cigar. We should play out the moves though. Is it F4 G6 that rook move or? No, it isn't the rook move. It doesn't see that the rook move is the problem. It only finds F4 G6, which is the recapture. So it sees this, and then what? It sees F4 G6. What? Wait. Wait, what? Beast. Wait. Hold on. We have to actually play these moves out because I'm not entirely sure about this. Hold on. Are these legal moves? Surely, right? E5 F6. Okay. D7 F6. Okay. Then F4 G6. Okay. And then F6 G4. Okay. Then alright, peace out. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. And then G5 F4. G5 F4. B8 D8. Yeah, this is not at all the PV that Stockfish finds if we play F7, F6. This is not it at all. Usually it kind of resembles it, but in this case it's not at all. B5, B7. Okay. And then C6, D4. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Like, that just cannot be the PV. That just isn't the PV. Hold on. I need to stack you. You need to get stacked. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Obviously something is getting pruned somewhere that's causing it to have a weird PV. Like that. That's just a weird sequence of moves, to my eyes. And it said that that moving this didn't seem to change anything, right? But removing RFP completely changes it, which obviously we're not going to do. But yeah, we're already so much slower by moving our margin up so much. And still no dice, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I moved these margins up so high in a earlier iteration of the engine, and while we would always find the right moves, we just never got to the correct depth because the margins were so high. So it's just like kind of the price you pay, I guess, you know? Yeah. See, we get the right move now, but now the engine is a lot slower for it, which is not really what you want, so that is what it is. I'm guessing that it was just the razoring margin that needed to get changed, and that is what it is. Is what it is. I guess. I suppose. Yeah. Wait, A7, B6. A7, B6. A7 B6. What is A7 B6? That's the correct move. That is the best move that it found. For once. Well, that's a good sign. See? That's perfect. So that means that our margins are working now. That moving our RFP back down was correct. It's correct indeed. So I don't know if we should drop this even more to match what it was before, but maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. But that's a good sign. Okay, well, I'm going to consider that one resolved. We had a lot of mistakes in this game. This was a 90 accuracy game from us, which now like is a rarity. But yeah, it does happen sometimes. Yeah, this is a bizarre move. I'm probably gonna head off soon. C5, C4, C6, C7. C6, C7. That's E7 and C4 are the wrong moves. It also finds this move, which is pretty funny. But I don't see the move that it played. But we've been changing things, so that could be a number of things. I guess that we can try on the other builds to see if it also finds that move. Didn't seem like it. Well, that's sad. Usually what this means is that there's some bad history or something that gets accumulated and then it finds a bad move. It happens sometimes. It's usually not a blunder, but it's just sometimes like a weird move that that happens. Let me make sure in here that we aren't. No, we aren't. Yeah, we have it turned off. On the search, we have it turned off too, right? I'm checking if our aging is turned off, which it should be. Yeah. Finding C5, C4 is a really bad... C5, C4 is just... Oh, C5, C4. I thought it was C6, C4. Or C6, B4. This is a very different move. C6, A5 or... Which it also finds as a fine move. Okay, so we're not finding A5, so maybe I just don't even worry about it. The occasional mistake due to history is just entirely possible with a chess engine, so it's just something you gotta live with. E8, A8, E8, B8, E8, G8, H8. We played G4. Oh no, we played B8, which we do find here, and then C7, B8. Is it C7, B8? Oh, it's E8, B8. E8, B8 is a blunder. Or no, it's not. It's just a question mark. A little bit of a mistake. It says that we should play F5. Which we don't find F5 at all. We don't find it at all. Well, that's not good. Let's see on 12 if we find it at all. No, we do not. We find C8 a lot. Yeah. Okay, well, that's not great. Yeah, I hate it when we don't find the right move at all. This, the idea behind this move, I guess, is you're forcing en passant. Why did, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hard to see it, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just bad at chess, but oh, my bad. E8, B8. E8, B8. E8, B8, huh? E8, B8, huh? Who's in stock? Now we only find C8. What can I say? Oh no. Well, now we find C7, B8, which is a different move. C7, B8 is this move. This move, which is a rerouting move. It's also very bad. Stockfish says that that's a very bad move. So yeah, now we're finding E8, B8 again. Oh no. See, this is always where it's weird, right? Because as soon as we start finding these weird moves, the PV changes, right? We change to A2, A3, A4, A1, you know. Never like when that happens. So that means that something got lost somewhere. It just got lost. Hey, B6, A7. B6, A7, huh? Well, that's a nothing burger of a move. Also says that this move is fine, which is funny because this is the exact move that we played later that was a blunder. And B6, A7, huh? Well, it's not as bad as B8. It's not really as good either, you know, as anything else. And now I find C7, B8. Okay, so I think that we just can't find the right move. I think that possibly that might just be the case of us just not being able to find the right move. Yeah, I'm just kind of toggling all the stuff that we changed recently that could have affected it, but next I will also, you know, jump into the eval and then try to tune things. E8, B8. E8, B8. It probably sees semi-open file. And it gets to defend this pawn. Ooh, actually, that's probably... yeah, okay. I have an idea. I have an idea. Based on the position, it may be the threat deficit penalty. It may be that it wants to defend that pawn prematurely because it's worried about the double attack on it, possibly. Maybe. Just theoretically. E8, A8, E8, A8, C8, C8, C7, C8, C8, B, C7, B8, blah, 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 blah. C7, C8. That's this. So, okay, so what this is, so you have to think about this contextually. This is this, then they play a blunder, then we do this. So this is just because we're missing this tactic based on their blunder. This is the same thing. We missed the tactic. This is the same thing. We missed the tactic. So none of these are bad moves, actually, because all of them bring us to a little bit better than we were before the blunder was played. So in this case, this is the only good move because it capitalizes on their blunder. And if we don't find that move, it shouldn't be really considered a mistake for us. So I think we're thinking about this even the wrong way. Like, I don't even think that this situation is one of these where we necessarily are even playing the wrong move. It's just probably that we just don't see the right move, which is this. And it's kind of hard to see this move, but I wonder if it's a pawn thing that we should look at our pawn evaluation because of it. So that's what I'm going to do. Just like comment out pawn eval just totally, and then see where we stand without it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it looks about the same, to be honest. I think maybe our search isn't deep enough to find the correct move in this case. I think that that's just literally it. I think it probably lies like 15, 16 plies ahead and we're just not finding it. I don't think it's a heuristic thing at all, or, you know, I don't know. I just think that we aren't going to find it, unfortunately. And this e8 b8 move, now looking back at it, like really, there's no problem with us finding this move, I think. Because it's not a bad move. It only says that it's a bad move because there's a really good move. We're at plus 1.8 here, and then we're at plus 1.4 here. So it's a fine move. It's nothing that we should really be... Now here, this is once again the same situation where we're flagged for making a mistake when really it was just they made a mistake and we didn't capitalize on it, which is why we get flagged. Even though it's not necessarily an awful move, but we can take a look at it. But that's why you have to kind of take the evaluation with a grain of salt, I guess. You know, is that sometimes it's just not really representative of you making like an awful move. It's just you didn't make the only good move, you know. G5, F6, A2, A3. And the move... Oh, well, we that was the wrong fed. The move is this takes. That was the wrong fed. Okay. Did I get the right fan this time? I think I did. It's telling us that this is the move. Oh, that's what we played. B8. Yeah, so that is what we played. The move is D4. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. We should probably just like check eval first on this stuff. So let me check all of the extraneous eval stuff. Let me see just material eval if we find that, because what C8B8 is doing is it's I guess it's defending a pawn technically. I don't really know. I think it sees this, right? And it sees. Okay, so it really likes B8, even just material eval. Okay, well, we accept that. Okay. I wonder why it doesn't want the free pawn. Well, I don't have to wonder about it. I can just read what it says. And it likes this because G8 F6, B8 E8. I don't know. We could try dialing this back, I guess. And now I have to wait because the computer fan police are coming after me. I really like this font. I like the asterisks. F8 E8. That isn't the move either. It's this. And yeah, it's gonna say that it isn't good either. But it's not as bad as the computer's saying. I wonder, you would think that it's like a king safety thing, because maybe we take this pawn and then it makes our king less safe, but we already tried that and it didn't help. Maybe we just can't find the move, I don't know. This seems like a really inaccurate game from us. So I don't know. But then again, I can't really figure out myself why this is a great move. Because it sacks the knight. And then we fork. And then it sacks the rook. Okay, so we're getting a rook for a knight in the trade, and a pawn. G8, H8. It's not the move either. It's this, which it isn't going to say is good. Huh. Yeah, that's peculiar. That's a tactic where it just like makes sense that we would be able to see that. Like, as soon as I see the moves, I can see that that's a good trade. I mean, it's a rook and a pawn for a knight, so it's something where we're pruning it early, that tactic, and then we never see that it's good. And so I think commenting out the SE pruning might help. But yeah, we should be able to find that tactic. And we don't find it. Next thing I'm going to actually check is this, because technically it may be a bad capture that we're doing since we lose the knight. So statically it's going to be in the negative, that move, but obviously it's not a bad move since I kind of wonder if it's got to do with what I did earlier without like thinking about, which was doing this this sorting. I redid this sorting when I probably shouldn't have. I probably should just be like sorting it regularly and not biasing the search towards the previous results. I don't know why I kind of like have these moments where I'm just like, oh yeah, let's just comment that back in, and then I just don't like think about it. That doesn't seem like it either. It's kind of annoying because I can even see the tactic and it can't find the tactic, and when it's a situation like that, it's just kind of annoying. But yeah, there is definitely something somewhere that is affecting its ability to find it. It's probably just some sorting, right, where it sorts the good capture first, and then it finds the good capture, and then misses the bad capture that actually turns out to be the good capture because it sacrifices the knight for the rook. We can also check here if the old build of the engine finds it. Also, the name isn't this anymore. I had to rename the engine because like the president of chess or whatever opened an issue on my GitHub, and so I had to rename it because it was taken. But someone else's engine, which, I mean, like, who names an engine Vixen, you know? Like, it's already such a, like, I'm such a weird person that whenever somebody else does something, even, like, remotely close to what I would do, it's like, where have you been my whole life? I don't know. But, yeah. It's kind of, it's funny because you, like, think about this project, like, a certain way and the engine a certain way, and now it's like, you kind of think of it a different way because now it's got a different name. It's kind of weird how that turns out, you know, because I was thinking about it totally different because of the name. Like, names kind of have like inform the way you think of something so much that, like, changing the name of something when it's been a thing for like months is so painful. So it was a real bummer when I had to change the name of the engine. So I mean, it still is a big bummer. So it looks like it, I mean, I just turned off history completely and we're still not finding the move. So that's not great. That's not great at all. Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. I mean, it's funny that it might be an aspiration window thing because of how much of a material swing happens because of the move. We basically get a rook for a knight. So maybe that's what it is. Let me see the context of the move. So the reason why this is because of what? You have to, because this is hanging and you can't defend it, actually. You cannot defend it unless this. Yeah, why can't you do this? Why can't you do this? Now it just says to take the knight, and then... Oh, because this is defended by this. Yeah, I'm just dumb. I'm just really dumb. I'm just really dumb. Okay, so that makes sense. That makes sense. So it's just an undefendable attack. Because then you have to take it. And then this is just an obvious move. It's just a fork. Because this is attacking this twice, and so that, yeah. But then what about this move? What about this? Why is this not a thing? Because then we just take this knight. Okay, yeah, I see it. I get it. Maybe we just weren't meant to find the move. Maybe we just weren't meant to find the move. Where are we again? Who am I? Where are we? Oh, we're here. Okay, so yeah. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see. It's hard to see the tactic, but yeah, I guess it is a thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I should probably, like, leave this here, to be honest. I should probably not leave that commented out and then forget about it forever, and then realize later that we forgot about it forever. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things, I guess. We can try turning off check extensions. It may be like making us blind in this one scenario, and it's driving me crazy, but I don't know. Man, just find the move. Just find the move. Just take the pawn. Yeah. Yeah, I thought about as much. Okay, but maybe it would maybe cap it, maybe uncap it. Maybe uncap it. How about that? I was supposed to be doing sprt today, but it lagged the stream too much, so that's why we're here. Yeah, I just wanted to get off of... I'm seeing a lot of 8s, man. I'm seeing a lot of 8s and not a lot of taking the pawn. You just gotta take on d4, man. If anybody wants to play the engine, then feel free to let me know. I'll put it online. But yeah, I'm not sure why we aren't finding it at this point. It's kind of an obvious tactic, you know? Kind of an obvious tactic. Something's getting pruned somewhere, I'm sure of it, but removing all of the pruning doesn't change the result, which is bizarre, unnerving, and frustrating, for sure. Trying to think of every permutation here that it could be confused by. Like, could it be like seeing this instead or something? I don't know. And then just like early outs on that? I don't know. Or, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't see this. Maybe it's just a horizon issue because... How many moves ahead is this? This is 1, 2, 3... 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 7. We should be able to see 7 moves ahead. Trust me, we should be seeing 7 moves ahead. It's absolutely the case that we're seeing 7 moves ahead. 100% we are. Yeah. Well. Well, I mean, that's with all of the pruning and reductions turned off. That's with literally everything turned off. So, that's just bizarre to me. That's bizarre to me. Let me see. Let's play out the moves, I guess, again. Let's do that thing. Okay. I wish that you I wish that you could do that easier. It's probably just my own stupidity that I don't know how to do that the fast way of switching that. Okay, so what it finds is c8, e8, g5, f6. Okay, then e8, b8. Okay, so what? Okay, then you move it back. Wait, what? g4, g5. d7, f6. b6, a7. b1, e1. Okay, I mean, I feel like this is such a pessimistic PV, you know? Like that we're... Really? This is the PV? I don't know. It just completely doesn't search this part of the tree. It just completely doesn't search it. And I wonder if it's just because it's a bad capture, because maybe it's just like I don't know. It has to be an SE thing. It has to be an SE thing because there's no other way of explaining it, why it doesn't search that part of the tree. You would think that it would be an SE thing. I don't know. Yeah, but this is going off of MVV LVA for all of the sorting, and it still doesn't find it, so who knows? I mean, this is also SE'd, I guess. Q is also SE'd, but it shouldn't even be a Q search thing because, frankly, we should be searching this part of the tree before it hits Q. So, yeah. This one's weird. This one is weird. Yeah, I'm not sure on this one. Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't find the right move. And I mean, it's not the end of the world that you don't find this tactic. I mean, it's not like it played like an awful blunder, but it just doesn't find the best move in this scenario, which is taking the pawn. And it's not one of these things where we can look at like, oh, well, it thinks that this move is better, because the PV is just not great either way. Like it finds f8 e8, which is just, it finds this and then this. It doesn't really, you know, doesn't really calculate the other thing. You wonder if TT move is getting in the way or something, is, you know, poisoning the search in that way. But I don't know about that. I do not know about that. I think we would have found it by now if that was the case. I think we would have found it by now. Yeah, I wonder if in this case it's probably history. I don't know. You kind of just want to like maybe just turn on our old history just to see, like, maybe for whatever reason our old history will work, which is just like the standard history instead of the fancy double decay stuff. Maybe the margins just need to be tuned there. I don't know. I haven't really played around with it a lot. No. Yeah, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. Yeah, I don't know. Might be time to just throw in the towel. Hold on, let's just static eval at the bottom and see if that solves it, because it sometimes does, and then it tells you, oh, it's a kind of a horizon issue, or that the problem is later down the line. C6 B8, is that the move? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's C6 D4, which it finds at depth 3, but then it doesn't find it anymore. We can literally walk through it. We can walk through it in that case. So C6 D4, F3 D4. Yep, that's correct. B6 D4. Okay, B6 D4. It says it sees the retake, but it doesn't see this. And that, I mean, that makes sense because it doesn't see the future at that point. But let's just take this Fen and then evaluate this, and then see what it sees. And let's just go through it step by step, because that's the way you got to do it. You got to figure out what it's seeing at every step. So it sees C7 C4, which is, or C7 C3 is the move. It really likes C4, which is not a good move at all. Now it sees C3. Then again, you do have to keep in mind that this is no Q search on it, so that's why it's finding weird moves. But it does find C7 C3 once it's here. Which probably means that the problem is further down the line after this move. So we're just going to find where it diverges from Stockfish. Okay, it diverges here. Because it does not find C3. It refuses to find C3. It only finds C4, which is a much worse move. So that is exactly the issue. There you have it. Okay. Well, given that we now know where the issue is, can we figure out why? If it's not getting pruned, one must wonder if, you know, just get rid of the TT while we're thinking about this. It refuses to find anything but C4. Should be able to find C3. Yo, what's up, Isabel? I am programming inside today. I am inside. I haven't been outside in a while since it's so cold. I'm inside. Man, it just doesn't want to find the right move. It's just C4, which just blunders the queen. I mean, it doesn't blunder the queen because you know, but it's just not the move. It's one space off from the right move. It's pruning it somewhere, but I can't find where. So you just gotta comment it all out until it works. Okay, well, not all of it out, or else you do that. But it's just thinking too hard about it. Like it's doing like a human thing. It's funny because it's a machine, but it does a human thing all the time, where it just thinks too hard about something, and then it's like, okay, well, that's too risky. It's like print debugging time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. I'm just trying to... Basically, we followed it down the line to the point where it diverges from Stockfish, where Stockfish says that, you know, C3 is kind of the pivotal move here, and it's instead, you know, not finding that move. It's kind of hard to find where it diverges because there's just so much recursion inside of it that it's like, feels like there's no way to really debug it because there's just like, you know, millions of nodes. But the fact that it doesn't find this move, it's a move that is immediately kind of good because you just win the rook. But I'm guessing that if this is played, it doesn't find that it has to play this. And in that case, it probably finds something else is the best move here. And that's probably where the bug is. So what we should really do is we should really just like play this move and then see what it sees, I guess. Instead of just, you know, randomly toggling things, but yeah, we should probably just like see that it doesn't find this, because that's what this entails, is that it doesn't find this move, which is the only move because of some threat that this queen has, because we just take. It might. So a4 d7. So it finds. Wait, a4 d7. Okay. a4 d7 c3 d3. Not d4. b2 b6. Okay. It just finds a different set of moves. D4 e6. Why? Why sack one knight when you can sack two? Is that why? Like, I mean, this is just ridiculous, but... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's just finding different moves, is what it is. It just doesn't find the taking the bishop thing. Which I guess is fine, because it is kind of hard to see. a4 d7 is a really wild move. Because then, I mean, we can't just take this. Why can't you just take this? Oh, but then you're just checking to oblivion. I see. I see. Okay, I mean... in this line... yeah. I wonder why Stockfish even says this, because isn't this just worse for whites? Like isn't this just better? I mean, statically this seems better. Because you're just trading two pieces. I mean, this seems like totally winning for black, but then it says it's totally winning for white. And even I can't see why. I mean, I guess it's completely blocked the attack, but... I don't know. It kind of feels like my engine isn't even necessarily wrong. I don't know. What we should also see is what does it find that's so good in this PV as well. It's like, why is C4 good for us? I mean, I don't see it as being very good because now our pawns are isolated immediately. I guess we gain a tempo for attacking this. Yeah, so A4 C4, yep. D5 C4, yep. B2 B6. Okay, yep. D7 B6. Okay, that makes sense. B1 B6. Yep, makes sense. C4 D3. Okay. Not taking the knight. Okay. Oh wait, no, it is taking the knight. I just don't have a brain. B6 B3. Okay. Any advice on fixing attention span? I don't know. Um, trying to think of something funny to say that isn't like an Adderall joke. You're training the AI to play chess. Well, it isn't really AI. It's more like a math machine. But yeah, it's an engine. I am teaching it with a hard hand. It must learn the correct way to play chess, or else it is going to suffer the consequences. Which is what it's having. I'm having a talking with it right now. Okay, so b3, c8, c5. Okay, I don't. Okay, so we're, I get it. Okay, then g5, f6. You know what? I just had like a realization while we're doing this that this is so incredibly boring to watch. And what we should do is we should just put it online and then play some games. Like, if I'm being completely honest, that's what we should be doing. We should just play some games because this is incredibly boring. This is incredibly boring. Okay, so let's face Troutbot and why not rated? Am I banned? What? What? Wait, what? Wait, why can't... Oh my gosh, what? Am I banned? What? Okay, we're in a game, but that's bizarre. Why can't I challenge people to rated games? That's so weird. Anyway, we're in a game. I just want to watch it play because we've been sitting here like, just, looking at positions for the past, 10 hours. This is so weird. I can't challenge people to rated games. Oh, it's because of that. It's because of I had it on correspondence because I just have a new computer. Well, not a new computer, but I have a new installation. It's Arch Linux. The big thing. Yeah. So we got the complex here, as I like to call it. Okay, huh? I guess he's seeing that he's gonna take this and then win this, and then I just feel like that's not really worth it. Oh, we sack the knight into it. That's what I'm talking about. No more outside streaming? No. It's too cold. It's like, really cold because it's like Christmas and shit. We're just taking this all day. Oh, well, we can't because of that, but yeah, that's kind of a bummer. I think we just play that. Oh, wait, is our queen trapped? Oh my god. That's so bad. Wait, we might just be able to play this and be fine. Wait, why is our engine not playing a move? Why is it searching so deep? Wait, what is happening? Oh, our thing is behind the game. We weren't actually watching it at all. It wasn't updating. I was so confused. I was like, what? Yeah, it's because we went backwards and then didn't go forwards. Okay, how did we get out of that situation though? Wait, what? Did we just move the pawn up? Oh, our queen wasn't trapped. It had one square to go to. I just didn't see it. That's a move. After this, though. Okay. He's not taking. That's a check. Okay, he moved out of it. We're preparing this guy to move because of, you know, this. I feel like we might be taking that all. Oh. Oh, snap. Are we gonna play? What is that move? The triangulation is crazy. Okay, we're just completely winning this game. It's kind of not fun to watch it like crush people. I like it to play like, you know. Anyone can challenge it, by the way, now that it's online. But yeah, it's just kind of, that's yeah. Wait, but it's kind of just lost to wait. Oh, we had back rank checkmate if he took it. We had back rank checkmate if he didn't block. Oh, that's hilarious. I was like, we just lost his piece, but we had back rank checkmate. Oh, that's crazy. When it does stuff like that, it's just, oh man. It's so hilarious when it pulls off stuff like that. Stuff that you think, oh, that's a complete blunder, but it actually just is just like an insane tactic. Like my engine played this entire exchange knowing that it was going to, that bishop was just going to be hanging at the end, and it didn't matter. And goodbye. Now I don't choose who it challenges, so if it challenges somebody that's rated less than it, that's just like what the, you know, that's just not in my control at all. But there's nothing to really analyze in that game. It just kind of won, so unfortunately. Yeah. We were going through the games and trying to see what we could analyze earlier, but yeah, it's kind of hard to go fen by fen and try and work on the inaccuracies, because sometimes you change something that then causes other problems down the line, you know? So it's kind of one of those things where you just kind of gotta accept that sometimes it makes mistakes to some degree. You can't have a perfect engine, but we had one blunder, a pretty bad one, because this just gets en passanted. I mean, that's pretty absurd. Oh, it doesn't get en passanted. Wait, what? Why not just... Am I stupid? Maybe I am stupid. Human brain can't understand robot brain. Okay, let's take a look here. At the fen. When it's a game like that and it has like one clear blunder that it played, it's like, you know, you gotta kind of figure it out. You gotta kind of figure it out. I am going to go soon, though. I am. Sam, I am. And we find it all the way down. Bah humbug. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. I do not know. Was that a human challenging it? If it's in a game, then I won't accept, unfortunately. No, that was a bot challenging it. Yeah. Yeah, if it finds it all the way down, then there's probably not much that we could do. With the end game stuff, it typically is like it's a difficult thing. Because it's kind of hard to see that this is a bad thing. I mean, he plays here and then what? I mean, can't we just go here and then... I guess like it's many moves ahead, it becomes a problem. Yeah, I don't know. What move does it want us to play? It wants us to play this, which I can see why my engine doesn't want this, because then there's like this this kind of, well, obviously don't play that move, but there's obviously, oh, well, then he can't go here though. Wait, what? Oh my gosh. My computer was crashed. Stockfish lags the hell out of this computer when I let it run wild. That's why. Because then it doesn't take. It just doesn't take, and then the rook comes down. What bar do I use? I use this is way bar. That is way bar. I'm lagging to oblivion right now. So I'm just gonna chill out on the analyzing this game while that's happening, because I don't want my my computer to die. And we will like simply just like watch the game that's in progress. Yeah, I gotta go back to the setup that I had before, where we just didn't use NVIDIA encoding, because if I do that, then the computer doesn't like it. No, I used Sway. This is Sway. Sorry if somewhere it says that I use i3. That is outdated information. Yeah, I moved over to Sway because Sway is just a better i3, I realized. You know? It just literally is. Like 100,000%. But yeah. Oh, is this guy actually rated 1500? Yeah, I feel bad, but I mean these engines actually challenge us to games. I don't actually, you know, I have it set to only play people that are within like 200 rating points of the engine, because I don't like stomping at all. I mean, that's just a free pawn. That's a free one. That's a free beat. Oh, we don't even want it. Yeah, I messed up the DPI on my mouse. Whoops. I like the classical games when it plays classical games, because then it thinks really hard and there aren't any blunders. But it's kind of hard to get it to play a classical game, because nobody likes to play them. Yeah, this b2 b4 move, I'm not really sure about how we can get it to see anything different. I just don't think that we're gonna get that to happen, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it could be a billion different things. So it could also just be a horizon issue. Like, it literally just like could not be thinking that many moves ahead as it needs to be. You know, it's kind of impossible to know with these sorts of things. I just don't know how we're going to make any progress in this position, and then it immediately plays, you know, the move that finds progress in this position. This is why I'm not a chess player. It's because I wouldn't know what move to play here, because it's like, how do you move forward at all? It's just all kind of covered. But it immediately finds the move. And I guess the idea is to play for this pawn. This guy's playing immediately. The bots that play immediately are always interesting to me, because it's like, how can you think through moves? I don't know. I feel like we're in a pretty dangerous situation here, to be honest. Okay, I mean, we take these any day of the week. Oh my god, we sack the knight. If he takes them, we take. But then no. I mean, this is horrifying. This is like horrifying. This is horrifying. This is terrifying. We're gonna get checkmated. We're getting checkmated. We're getting checkmated. Wait, why didn't he do it? How is this not a checkmate? Like, this is... just sack this and then checkmate. No? That has to... Am I tripping out? Like, you just sack this and then checkmate. Am I out there? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Wait. No, but then this is... I might go back to that position after and then see. But that looked like a checkmate to me. That looked like a checkmate. But sometimes I'm just dumb and I just don't see a move. But this is... I feel like that's just checkmate. Because after... I mean, what moves do I have? I either go here or here. If I go here... then he just goes here, and that's checkmate. If I go here, he goes here. and then I block with bishop, and then, you know, no, I can't go here because this is blocked. That has to be checkmate. That has to be. I wish that you could take fens while a game is in progress, because I would love to see like what it looks like. This is a closer game than I thought it would be. Okay. Okay. This is looking like a draw to me. But who knows? I feel like we just push it. Oh no, we can't. Why is the horse so strong? Oh my, why did you not take? Now we're just go all the way. Why did you not take? I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Well, well, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. It is unfortunate to draw that. Or can you? Do you only use OpenGL for the engine, or do I also use another API? For the game engine, yeah, I only use OpenGL. That's a fork. I also use I use CJSON. I use SDL2. I use UThash for one thing, and I use Nuclear. But those are all like one header file things. So I think you can checkmate with a bishop and a knight, right? I'm like 99% sure. I think you can. He's like this. Yeah, you can. 100% you can. It's just gonna take forever, and it's not fun to watch. Yeah. Yeah, I really do wonder. I wonder how I'm going to even push the chess engine further than it is. Like, I feel like even if I work on margins and stuff like that, there's only so much that it can get better. Like, obviously I can't fix some of the mistakes that are happening, you know? But then again, it's kind of hard to do that because we aren't like Stockfish, you know? We are not Stockfish. Some things just like aren't even necessarily a bug. It's just our engine just isn't smart enough to see things. And it's just a matter of like it's just a matter of kind of like realizing when that is the case. Maybe this is a draw. I don't know. I feel like you can do this, right? You just have to kind of get him to go into the corner. Yeah, I don't know. This is boring as hell. After this game, I'm gonna head off. I will try and make the stream more stable next time and bring it to the settings that it was at before, so that I can do other stuff during it, you know. What I was planning on doing today was doing some more sprt testing live, but I couldn't, so. Okay, we've finally checkmated. We've finally, this is checkmate. Okay, we gotta get the right permutation here. Oh my god. You gotta go here or something. Oh, is this a draw? Am I too dumb to figure it out? Wait, but then he just goes here. Oh, and then this is checkmate. No, yes it is. Oh my god. No, he went back into the corner. How long did I take it to learn OpenGL? I want to start learning this API, get into graphics program. How long have I been working on this engine? When it comes to my game engine, I learned OpenGL over the course of like a year, you know. I just like kept on programming different projects. When I was working on the game engine, it took me like I was working on it for like 7-8 months. I still am working on it, but not working on it today. Just the chess engine today. Oh god, there's got to be some. No. Oh man, this is hilarious. There's got to be some permutation of getting in here at the right time. Nah. But I say, if you want to learn about OpenGL, you should do the Learn OpenGL tutorials. They're pretty good. If there's any like questions you have specifics, I can answer them. You know. It's pretty daunting, but it isn't like the craziest thing in the world, you know. It's all right. Yeah, there's just no checkmate. I feel like you can checkmate with a bishop and a knight, no? Or am I crazy? You can. But now it's a draw. But it wasn't a draw here. Because it would be insufficient material. Maybe if it's played perfectly, then you can't checkmate. I feel like you can. Sure. God, a draw was crazy. A draw is crazy. Oh, we've got 2 games going on at once right now, which is probably going to send my computer to the moon while I'm streaming. So, anyway, I'm gonna go eat and stuff like that. But I will keep working on it. My goal is 2300 on the chest, and then probably like hopefully 2000 CCRL. That's my goal. But obviously I have to really keep working on it, especially eval. I have to really work more on eval. Even though I've worked a lot on it, I also have like had to redo all of the eval, and so the next goal is going to be reinstating some of that stuff with testing. Well, testing it to make it better. Which is rigorous. It's difficult. It's exhausting, you know. But you know, join the Discord if you haven't already. If you are interested in any of the stuff. If I don't know when I'm gonna be, you know, live next, but I will, you know, continue working on it and continue working on things like usual. It's real fun to watch it play, especially bullet games, you know. It's real fun. I do like watching it play. I will see you guys next time. And if you want to challenge the engine, it is online, like, I don't know how often, like 60-70% of the time I leave it running, you know. So it's usually online if you want to challenge it. I would really enjoy it if you challenged it, because you know, it's always fun to see humans play against it. And it also makes it seem more impressive when humans play against it, because you kind of realize, oh, this is something that is far beyond human, you know, humans being able to beat it. So yeah, I don't really know if a human could beat it anymore. Like, it's 2000 rated, but it's 2000 rated against other engines, so I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Yeah, I haven't been live much because I feel like working on this stuff is just so boring to watch. Like, you know, it's not as exciting, I guess, as, you know, the graphics programming or whatever. But I mean, it's something that I really enjoy. I really enjoy all this stuff, because it's like, you know, recursive math taken to the extreme, you know, taken to the extreme. But yeah, I want to actually look back and check out if that was checkmate. Was that checkmate? This position where this felt like we were getting checkmated here, and then it just wasn't the case. Right here. Here. This is checkmate, right? Like, there's no way that this isn't checkmate. Why? Yeah, just this. Dude, does he not have it? He doesn't have it. I mean, why? Like, because you just get out here? Like, this is crazy. The criminal. Wow. I guess you just get out. I guess you just get out in that case. Okay, well, that wasn't checkmate, I guess. I thought that we were getting checkmated there, and then we didn't. Already started a project. I began reading the OpenGL Super Bible and learned a bit about how an engine is structured. Now I want to create some primitives on the screen, maybe make them move. Well, yeah, you should just make your camera matrix, or use GLM if you want to, and make a triangle and then make it turn around. Totally. Really a beginner? Yeah, I mean, there's the Learn OpenGL tutorials are really, really good for that. Very, very good. Yeah, like I said, you can join the Discord and ask any questions when they come up, if you have any. Everybody's into graphics programming in there. Yeah, but that's gonna be it for me. I'm going to chill out and do some more testing. All right. Peace out. Have a nice day.